All right, well, we'll see what happens.
You should look up. Because some people...
5 o'clock.
I'm kind of with you with certain things about that because I have tremendous respect for the flag. That being said, have you ever gone and looked at the actual codes of what we're supposed to do for the flag and what we're not supposed to do with it?
They're weird.
Put it to you this way, half of the things that we have that have a flag on them, we're not supposed to have on them. Anything that's disposable, napkins, paper plates, any of that nonsense, we're not supposed to have a flag on it. Any clothing, we're not supposed to have a flag on it.
Clothing? Oh, bullshit.
No, not bullshit.
Well, when I wore a uniform, we have patches.
Not patches. I'm saying clothing like specifically made.
Okay.
Like a shirt that's literally just nothing but a flag.
You're allowed to have the patch, like
the patch
military form, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts.
It's just not like the clothing is.
Oh, you're talking about.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Because
wouldn't it be like somebody took two flags, sewed them together, made it.
Yeah, or even just a regular shirt that was dyed a certain way.
Really?
I
see a lot of that. I got one in the closet.
Yeah, you have it.
There's American Eagle on the front of it.
Because
everyone has it, but you're not supposed to.
Because if a flag gets dirt on it, it's basically supposed to be destroyed.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right, correct.
I've participated in quite a few flag retirements.
Oh, speaking of which,
I don't see her on there.
You're in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
You're in trouble.
I'm in trouble.
I rolled a 4.
I need my new character sheet.
Anyway, y'all have fun. I'm gonna go
Be good.
some teeth
What
from
the
the store.
fuck?
They got good
What?
teeth.
Where's the cheat that you've been using?
I'm just feeling like crap.
We went up a level
Bad
last
fucking
week.
yelling me last night, so.
Yes.
I was not here.
Was it 2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, you printed all the new ones out last week.
It's over a period of time, but the trigger
And
was
someone
that COVID shit I went through.
was being
When I
responsible,
was
taking
little,
care of his
my mom and dad beat
family.
the shit out of each other all the time.
Like
And when
a
I
dick,
grew up big enough,
instead of showing
I
up
was
with
the
D&D.
center of that attention. And then when I went
All
to
right.
service,
Let me,
and
see
then
if
once
I
that
can't-
COVID
maybe
thing
you
happened,
can't
and it
get it
plugged
over
me,
here.
and he said that's what
hold on a
triggered it.
second.
So I got PTSD on top of it.
Well,
So I got a
she's,
new doctor's appointment coming up. Hopefully I get something more than Ativan combat.
You go to the VA?
Huh?
You go to the VA?
Yeah.
I do too.
We earned that right.
All right. Let's.
I gotta go to John Cochran once a year.
Yeah.
I try to avoid it any other time.
I hate that fucking hospital.
Me too.
Maybe for me.
Which one? John Hobson?
Cochran.
John
Cochran.
Cochran.
It's right up by the Fox.
Yes, Sean hates that one too.
I can't stand it. It's
Isn't that
creepy.
one of the worst VA hospitals in the U.S.?
I don't know, but it's like 1,000 years old.
But I will tell you how it, from 1988 to where it is now, it's night and day.
Yeah. That it is.
She's changed it.
Daryl, I
Pick up
told
the
you to tell
phone! Pick up the phone!
When she
Pick up the
answers,
phone!
you're gonna go half size.
Well, she didn't answer that. What?
That's like a super business.
Totally not meticulous at all.
What is it?
Ain't that right?
Yeah, I didn't want to.
I want to know what the hell she's
I'm
doing
totally
on
not
yours.
meticulous.
She likes me better?
There you go.
Well, she hadn't joined this one. All right, well, we'll figure it out one way or the other. All right, so
Oh my gosh.
I'm taller. Oh, I wonder if I need to. This is all an experiment, folks. This is a shoestring budget. Shoestring budget, I tell you.
I don't see any shoestrings.
I definitely don't see a budget.
Daryl, I'm gonna hang up and come back to you, okay?
Okay.
Oh,
Hey, we finally got her tonight, but I accidentally hung up on her.
She hung up on us.
almost
Unreachable.
got it. I
Despicable.
haven't seen that one before. Okay, let me see. Can't be reached right now.
Try the other one.
Despicable.
Oh. All righty, there we go. All right, let me see if I can get Daryl on here, and that'd be great. That'd be great.
Have you seen
Oh,
there we go.
Dennis
Are we?
Weintraub?
Is he there?
Welcome, welcome.
All right. All right. We have the full gang. Oh.
Not necessarily all in person, but hey.
Well, we added one, so maybe next week we'll add another one.
Right.
We had one.
All right.
You.
So,
Who's Dan?
Dan.
well, Dan's here now, this week. He couldn't make it last week.
He's in the corner.
But yeah. So what it is?
I'm
is
a mushroom. That's what
We
it
have.
is.
I put a 32-inch TV at the end of the table, so we can see Daryl and you, and that's great. And then the laptop's right there, so you can unfortunately only see me at this time, but there's Chris, Dan, and Randy. But we can hear you, and also you're showing up on Facebook Live because my account is going through right now, so yay! So there you go. So don't say anything you don't want people you don't know to know.
Sweet people are seeing me stuff in my face.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody cares.
I don't think anybody's really watching either. So.
That's true.
Now, 20 years from now, you may regret this when they dig up all the bad stuff we say, and you're like, oh, well, you know, your political career's over with.
What's going to be great is 20 years from now, who knows what we'll be wrong about. That's going to be great.
Everything.
You just don't know yet.
2 + 2 is not 4.
Okay,
Common Core math.
so welcome
Well, we'll be living in idiocracy by then.
to the world of Skell.
So what you're saying is Trump's
The
going to
story we're playing is called the Agile
Much
Epics,
worse.
and we are in session,
Ow.
I think 53, if I remember
Trust me,
correctly.
there's
Now I
plenty
gotta
worse.
look on my
I
smartphone.
don't
We have
know.
too many electronics. I need a person here that does all this shit.
Hi.
Is that you?
Probably. I just need to know what you're talking about by all of this shit.
I would say my son, but he's not like me. He wouldn't want to come out of his video game cave in the back. So, because I'm a terrible parent.
You know what you do is you just hook his room up to a new breaker, and we'll just flip the breaker and he'll come out for a little while. Like,
Right.
oh, why don't you go try
Yeah,
that?
Okay,
Yeah.
episode 53. All right, so let's do a introduction and a recap. So we have the loosely recognized leader of the Savage Six, Garrett, played by Randy. He carries a ultra evil
Psychopathic,
spear
egotistical,
And
maniacal,
twisted.
maniac. you
that
know.
has proven to be really great when it comes to fighting, but not so great when it comes to advice. And the old town guard
And we
is
always
now-
ask them for advice, so what the fuck's the matter with us?
has in the past part of this campaign has actually killed a quote unquote god. So that spear is mighty powerful.
And
Then
it's smarter than me.
as we go around this
Sadly.
way, on the screen to my right, for those of you watching in Facebook land, we have Daryl, who plays Master Kelf, an elven monk, a true oddity in every sense of the word. And the world in which he lives is his oyster. He is the version of Cain, walking the lands, interacting with people, and he considers himself a healer. So at one point, while this adventure was happening, he had a calling from his god or from something, and he heeded the call, and he has joined with these people. Next to Daryl, we have Destiny, who plays Volmir, a warrior. What would you say? You wouldn't say princess, and you wouldn't say priestess.
Warrior
and you wouldn't say queen. She definitely
Queenie.
is very pale with red eyes, so she is a straight up albino elf, which made her an outcast from the very beginning, as soon as she was born.
Yeah.
And she carries a little bit of a chip on her shoulder because in the elven community in which she was raised, the females weren't treated the same as the males. And she decided that, fuck that, I'm going to learn how to fight. And so at this point in time in the campaign, she is a badass, dual-wielding warrior who also has a magic ring that allows her to change into a dragon lady. Normal,
AKA
regular size, but
a
still
normal wedding ring.
a lizard. So we have a super weapon here and a magical item there. And then we, on Destiny's left, we have Dan, who plays Waldor, a Gonomy, priest thief. And Gonomy is just what his species was called where he was from, and all it is if you take the first O out of Gonomy, it spells gnome. And so
Dwarf.
he looks like a Aboriginal person. So got like the scrunchy face and the white hair. I'm sure not all Aborigines look the same, but I just found a cool picture online. I was like, that's what he looks like. And so he's also a hell of a special guy.
Special guy.
Walking the line between good and evil. He not only can heal, but he can also command the undead, and both of those are very, very opposite versions of the nature of the universe.
It's more like this. It's more like.
And unfortunately for him, he likes to be involved in talking, and every time Dan rolls shitty on his charisma and ruins it for everyone. So expect that to happen
Most
this
of the
game.
time, I rolled a few good ones.
And he currently carries the third of the 4 artifacts. It is a bow, and the bow was proven by the bow's previous wielder that it could harm or it could heal, depending on the intention of the user. However, the secret of its use was not passed on to Waldor, and he is currently attempting to learn exactly how to do it. So that in itself is always fun. It's like the old Three Stooges when they try to start the plane, and it's like, bam! That's him trying to use this magic weapon. Just, do it. So then somebody comes up and goes, all right. And then last but not least, we have Ein, a human psionicist.
Can do many things.
And I don't know how familiar you all are with second edition psionics, but they are
Overpowered.
They are a wonderful field of pitfalls and explosive mines, and also beautiful flowers and other things. So one of the older versions of D&D, this psionic system is ripe for exploitation, but as a guy that's been playing D&D for as long as I have, I feel like with some adjustments, it is certainly just as good as any other character class that the game has to offer. So, and I unfortunately suffered tragedy during this adventure because one of the original members, before Kelp joined, was his twin brother. And Zero was a psionicist as well, who focused on healing. He enjoyed helping people as much as possible. But sometimes Zero would kind of trip out and snap. Like one time I grabbed something from Zero and Zero went to go stabbing. So the DM, however, sort of interjected and said, "Is that something we want to do?" And so, but anyway, unfortunately Zero met his end recently, and that is part of this story. But just recently, they are now in the final, as far as they know, leg of this journey. They are trying to get 4 magic weapons to take back to their time and place to defeat a dragon that attacked their village. Hence, it's been a long time since I've played a game of Dungeons and Dragons with a straight up powerful dragon in it. So that's what the story has.
And I don't like it.
And
Dragons are just stupid.
there's also been some questions as to the timing of the placement of these weapons. They are unsure if the weapons were placed in just a whole different plane of existence, maybe a different area on this world that they're just unfamiliar with. The clues have led them to think that it's been in a different time, but in the same place, and they've had to travel through time to collect the weapons. And then finally, after they finished and gathered the third weapon, the bow, called Heart Needle, they found themselves in a new timeline that had they were back home in the town of Newstone, but it was very much different. Some of the people were in different occupations, and the big bad guy of the entire campaign, at least one of them, was now in charge. And when I say in charge, not like he walked around saying, "Hey, do this, do that," but like Sauron was in charge of the forces of Mordor. That's now what Forsooth is like. And the people pray to Forsooth because he has given them good lives and bountiful harvests and protected them from the giants that seek to destroy the humans. And apparently there's a big war going on in the east between the giants and humanity. Elves apparently are still not welcome, but that hasn't been confirmed because Volmir is an elf and Kelf is an elf, and they've been given looks, but no one has
Tried to kill him.
come right at them with racist overtones. So
Yet.
they have been able to exist in this time and place through their own merits and decisions. So, last game, the group learned that they were not going to be successful in searching the graveyard for this supposed second copy of a book they carry, a book called the Arcanomicon that leads them to the weapons. So they made plans to get to the Vampire King. The story is very convoluted, but we're 53 episodes in, so what do you want? The Vampire King, in a previous time, held sway over a portion of the north. The Zombie Lord held sway over a portion of the north. And forsooth was watching everything from some eternal viewing place above on high. Well, the heroes came along, and in their
Knocked him off his pedestal.
good work, they apparently destroyed the eternal viewing place, made the trade with forsooth to get this weapon, but they gave up an elven artifact that supposedly was used to help protect the elves the first time they were attacked by the wielders of these weapons. And so in this particular time, now forsooth apparently is God. And the heroes have to watch what they say around normal folk. It could get them in trouble. But they made connections with people here. They obtained potions from Eva, and Madame Eva, and those of you old schoolers may recognize that name, or even they redid Curse of Strahd for 5th edition. I don't have that book, but I do have the original Ravensloft. And
That's who that is.
they got potions. The potions would get them to the Vampire King, but it would also kill them. That's the only way they could get there and be safe. And they were like, well, I guess if that's what it takes. So they drank the potions and they died. And when they awoke, they were outside of an inn that looked familiar, the Weary Horse Inn. And they had been to this inn before because this is where it gets even more complicated. Volmir is with child, and the father, as far as we know, is Basula. Basula, who looks like, when he has his powers activated, a 6-armed giant that helped fend off the dragon at the very beginning of the adventure. So, Basula has, according to Eva, or someone else, I'm not exactly sure who told, but Basula he went to get revenge for, he was under the impression it was the vampires that sent zombies to kill the elves in their secret cave. And that's where Volmir was living. However, when the heroes got to where Basula went to get revenge, the vampire that was there said that it was all wrong. It wasn't us. It was the Zombie Lord that did all that. But Basula had destroyed everyone in there, and then, just to make sure, Waldor jammed a table through his chest and went, ah! So, Basula is now apparently, this is what you've heard, being held prisoner by the Vampire King. So Volmir, of course, is like, well, that's reason enough for me to go. Meanwhile, these other guys are all bloodthirsty, and they want the weapons because they want to kill the dragon. So they want to go. So they went. And Kelp joined right before they drank those potions, turned to mist, and when they came to, the mists were behind them, and they were standing in front of the Weary Horse Inn, or they picked themselves up. And they went into the inn, and as described in the module, it's overcast and dreary, and the inn is there, and there were people there, but they were kind of like, meh. And the waitress was at least friendly, and she brought them good food, but then, of course, the guy with the scar on his face was like, this is all dangerous. You guys are crazy. And they asked how far it was to see the Vampire King, and he said it was 9 miles or 13 miles or that way. And Then he said, why do you even go in there? And they said, well, he asked us to come here. And that's true because a representative of the Vampire King, who was also Forsooth's representative in the town of Newstone, said, the Vampire King wants you guys to join him and the Zombie Lord, combine those whole armies to go attack Forsooth. And in exchange, maybe you would get the weapon you seek. At least that was to be negotiated.
But it's one giant trap.
So, there you go. Would anyone like to add anything before we officially begin? Hearing nothing?
The struggle is real.
The struggle is real. Hopefully, so is the D20s. All right.
Only 35 more episodes left.
Right.
Yeah, who knows? When you run a sandbox campaign, things can change quickly or they can get stuck sometimes.
Hey, we're not as
Don't think you need to wait until the next campaign to tune in.
Right.
Just tune in now.
All right.
We have an intermission campaign
So,
in the middle of.
with that out of the way, you all got rooms at the Weary Horse
I did
Inn,
not find
and you went to sleep. Also, I think before you left, I think Volmir was, Kelf had met up with a band of elves who called themselves the Silver Sentinels. And when Kelf and the leader,
talk like that.
Bahamut, decided that they had similar goals and that Kelf was an elf, they would see maybe if they would join forces. So as soon as Bahamut came back with Kelf to talk to the others, Ayn insulted him, rolled shitty, and Bahamut said, fuck this, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
No thanks.
And then Kelf tried to talk him down, and he was like, yeah, no. So they left. Bahamut had mentioned that someone named Bulba Rapkin was asking about the White Witch.
Yeah.
And upon hearing the White Witch, Kelf was like, oh, well, I know the White Witch, maybe. Come with me. So as it turns out, Bulba Rapkin was a character previously in the story, many episodes ago, named Bobby Ripkin, another psionicist. But he was kind of a douche. And now,
Kind of.
apparently in this time and place,
He is a real douche.
He was a full-blooded All-American.
powerful enough
Right.
to come into the room where everyone was talking, make a very crude comment to Volmir,
And immediately get.
and then manage to escape from all of the punches and kicks and things coming his way. So,
So he didn't time warp out?
so we don't know.
To get-
You assume that everyone you encountered before did not have a potion to come here to this particular place. So hopefully Bulba Rapkin is in the past. Hopefully the
he's
Sentinel's in the past. Hopefully,
Who knows how much time?
Yeah,
to
who
spend
knows?
in that area. One day could be 1 month.
okay. So the
Vice versa.
night. Oh, and then the Bahamut
It's been 2 years here.
heard
2
the
hours.
singing of Volmir in the window, and as Volmir was getting ready to go to sleep, Bahamut showed up in her room and they had a quick conversation, and then he left, and that was the last we saw of him. So, we now go to the morning after spending the night.
Now go to.
And you need a sheet. Okay, so you all meet up either in a room or in the common room of the Weary Horse Inn to get your stale bread and
Am I sharing a room
Ale.
with Volmir again?
Not this
Good.
time.
I don't know.
Damn it, why not? The freaks should stick together.
Because now there's 3 of you.
No, he's an imitation freak.
Okay, so you guys can do whatever you want.
Well,
Apparently the rooms in this hotel are not big enough for more than one person.
yeah, everyone has their own room.
I'm gonna pray immediately. If I didn't pray last week, I'm praying this week. So did I study my spells last week?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Have I used any?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So if I haven't used any, then I'll just go straight down. Oh.
Okay, well, there he is. When I come down,
Things are
I just
getting
wait for everybody. I mainly wait for Eric to get down.
Well, you're all there.
So,
I don't know, Kelf, did you have to pray a lot this morning?
No, but I do that. I would go outside and do that. I'd come down and I give everyone greetings. Good morning. I'm going to try to commune with my God. I'm going outside.
Okay.
so apparently we are going to be expecting a carriage today.
Really?
We could probably start walking towards his
Hey,
place.
have I
but
seen
yeah,
anybody use any coinage in the?
It's normal.
Yes, you have.
Yes, you
Okay.
have.
So it's the normal coin for the new time period we're in, or is it different coin?
Yes.
That's the normal coin for your
First.
time period.
Normal coin for my time.
Yeah.
Oh,
normal.
okay.
And I got this cool little inset here, so we can... Anyway, go ahead.
Okay.
So we can probably start walking there, and I'm guessing on our way there we'll carriage or something will stop and pick us up. Or just as we're about to leave, it'll be here because that's how the stuff likes to work.
Do I see any good targets sitting, you know?
No, you guys are the only ones there.
Oh. Sorry.
Speaking of, I got to turn mine off.
Speaking of, I gotta turn mine down. If I can find it.
So what are we doing, Garrett?
Well, did you have to go out and collect sunshine this morning?
Vibrate.
No. But no, I'm good today for now. I didn't do anything.
I'm hoping anything that we might need on our journey forward, they will have there.
Same.
And they might even have good shit there
Now,
compared to all this
That's
handmade,
what I think about that.
all this handmade crap that we've been trying to.
if
Yeah,
they're
mine
massing
on.
an army and they got weapons, who knows where we might come from? You might find a better shield.
Wow.
All this piecemeal, half-ass, junk-made crap for people who don't fight.
Right? Might be able to find Volmir, better set of armor there.
Alright. What are you? A better set? Out of case, I guess we can wait on the elf, on Kelf, the elf, and we'll move on from there. Just start making our way up. Is there a bartender, or is there a lady that was
There is.
the waitress? I wave
Wait
her
for the
over.
elves.
Okay. She says, yes, what would you guys like this morning? Some cheese and some bread?
I believe that would be fantastic.
Agreed.
And you want some weak beer, or for some reason you want anything stronger?
Nah, just weak beer.
Coming right up.
One question for you though.
Yes.
So, is there a clearly marked path? I think we talked about this last night, but I appear to have forgotten. It feels like it's been a lot longer than just one evening. What is the way to get to the Lord's Castle in the hills, in the mountains?
Just take the road. Take the road west.
All right.
You'll
Is there any scarecrows along there?
you'll know that you're getting close because the town of Barovia is inside of a huge gate.
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
Make me a charisma check.
Is there any dangers we should know
Yes.
about along the way?
24.
24. She says,
I will.
the forest is not so safe. I would suggest you stick to the road. Don't travel at night. And last but not least, you should mentally prepare for disappointment.
Okay.
The city's in that bad a shape.
So yeah, apparently we're not supposed to stay out at night. Don't travel at night is a big thing apparently.
These lands are
Cursed.
You guys
yes.
talk louder.
Cursed?
Yeah. So we're not supposed to stay out at night, and my guess is they don't believe that we actually have an invitation. And who knows? We might not actually have an invitation, but I think we do.
Kill them all! Kill them all!
We'll have to do that then.
Wait, I'm sorry. Re-kill them all! Re-kill them all!
Right.
On foot, you might, if you leave very soon, you might get there. You might get to the town of Barovia by dusk.
All right. I was planning for a carriage to come along sometime though.
Oh, is that what you were told? That carriage doesn't leave Barovia.
All right. Maybe it'll be waiting for us at the gates. All right, we have to see the Vampire King, the wonderful Vampire King of Barovia.
Yes.
I get up and I walk over to the door and open up the exterior way out.
Mhm.
Open up. Hey, Cal. Do I see him?
Hey, Daryl.
Yeah,
I look out, I open the door to the inn, and I look out. Do I see Brother Kelf?
yes.
Hey, Kelf.
He is doing katas and mumbling and doing his routine. What is it? Is it night?
How long do you need?
Oh, now my father, another half Spain or so.
Alright, because we need to head out.
Those answers not in
Because we need to head out as soon as we can.
very good.
I go back inside and sit down and wait
Okay.
for my bread and beer.
All right, it's brought out. Not a big deal. You guys nibble on a few things, and you notice that, of course, it's dreary, overcast.
Great traveling weather we have here.
Yeah. I get a feeling this is what it's always going to be like in this place.
No. It's worse sometimes. Or worse most of the time. This might be a good day for us.
Okay. So, a short time later, Kelp, you're all done. You come inside, and
I do.
there's some food to be had there, and unless something else goes on, you all eat a little bit and drink some, and then get your stuff and start walking.
Yep.
Very good.
Yep. All right.
Hi-ho.
We're off to the.
There we go.
Right.
I would like to bless our traveling and easy road before us to make our journey much easier and we can travel more quickly.
Go ahead.
And we are traveling to the west on Skell-Agile Road, is that what you said?
Yes.
So I reach down and grab a handful of the dirt and scoop it up in my hand and rub it amongst my holy symbol. Holy Father, benevolent and wise, ease our way of travel, lighten our loads, and let our feet carry us with grace and dignity. Thank you. When I blow the dust away and I cast this road, this tree is already along one path of the road is
Daryl, hold on. It's
Tomo arigato.
you're gonna have to repeat that. You're breaking up real bad. Here.
Tomo arigato.
Okay. I put on these headphones trying to hear you guys better.
Oh, no, that's
It's not
not
my-
it.
I think
That
it's
was
an
the
internet
connection.
connection.
Your internet.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
The spell ensures the passage of the priest and his or her party along one path of road is quick and without mishap. The priest can enchant up to 1 mile of road or path per caster level, allowing the group's rate of movement along the road to be increased by 50% without any noticeable spell effect. If the priest abandons the road or the path, then the spell ends.
That ain't bad.
In addition, minor accidents such as stones caught on a horse's hoof or broken axle on a wagon do not occur. And I walk on the holy symbol and
All right.
so increase my movement by 50% and lessen the chance of mishaps.
Well, very good.
Long hour.
And you start
15 miles.
out. Let me go get my papers. I'll be right back.
Sit down and run this shit.
All right. This is what we're gonna do.
Coup.
Thank you.
Organizing a coup.
Do we want Todd or do we want it? Let's have Eddie DM. That was good while it lasted.
Oh, you said you were gonna be a sit-in.
Yeah, I just sat in for a second.
Good.
Hey Eddie,
Yes.
how are them snakes?
Oh, getting bigger. Yeah. He's a good 6 foot.
Jesus Christ. How big's the other one getting?
He's probably, 3 or 4 inches longer. He's eating 2 hoppers at a feeding now.
Nice.
Getting bigger.
Jesus.
Yep.
Sweet.
Okie doke. Okay. Yes.
So what's with all the pathfinder stuff?
That's just who makes it.
It said we're heading west, right?
You are. Okay. The road is wet, muddy, and difficult to travel as it winds steadily uphill into the Barovia Mountains. However, because of the spell cast by the monk, you get to roll at a much lower chance
You make it there in 20 minutes.
of stuff.
Yay!
So,
What'd you say the mountain was called?
the Barovia Mountains, Balinok. And there's a fog that kind of comes and goes. So what I would like, since it would normally take 12 hours, but it takes a little bit less.
50%.
Half as much less.
No, not half. It'd be about a quarter. Not to mention the dwarf. Not to mention the dwarf.
So I would like all of you to pick up a D20. Oh, I'm sorry, not a D20.
A D30.
A D12.
A
And
D12.
we will start this time on the left. So, Hein, roll a D12.
9!
Okay, that is a nothing. Waldor, roll a D12.
6.
That is a nothing. Volmir, roll a D12.
5.
No.
Getting closer.
Kelf, roll a D12.
8.
No. And Garrett, roll a D12.
Dare.
11.
Double one.
Okay.
Thought about it too hard.
So read me the spell again. Does it only the first mile that it affects?
Mile per caster level.
1 mile per level
Oh,
of the
okay.
caster.
So you, yeah.
13 miles.
Okay, and so if you get to move, you said time and a half.
Yes.
Not time and a half. It's increased by 50%.
Time.
So it would be.
Okay. So
Yeah, it would become time and a half. You're right.
does anyone carry Waldor?
Nope.
Hearing nothing. Waldor, you
I will.
No, you
okay, well,
can't.
it doesn't take long to figure out that Waldor can only move so fast. Because he is small,
Yeah, he can hop on.
and he has childlike features below his neck.
That's what she said.
So, when a person who is less than 4 foot tall is trying to keep up with the taller folk, they have a hard go. But you sense
I will
this,
help.
and let me hear how you approach him.
Oh. Waldor, please, let me help you along so that we can get there quicker. Climb on my back.
A chauffeur? Holy
Piggyback.
shit! My dreams have come true finally! I've always dreamed of this! Hell yeah, I'm gonna get on!
Okay? So,
It is my pleasure to help you.
Just short, stuffy legs.
yes.
You're my new
And I
favorite.
pick up the pace.
Okay.
You're
What
my
are
new
your movement
favorite.
set to?
You manage to walk. You stop about halfway because it's about half the day, and you can continue to push on through if you'd like. There may or may not be a thing. You were told it would take about 12 hours on foot to get there. However, you realize you're making excellent time. And Kelf, you realize that probably you're going to get there in about 9 hours, which is good. So, do you guys stop or do you go on through?
We need to keep going.
Push.
I think we should push on.
I think we should. We don't need to be out here.
Yeah.
Okay. Along the way, occasionally you see people out going about their business. People foraging in the woods. They look sort of like the weathered, brown-skinned
Are they short?
like Madame Eva's people.
Ah. So they're not short.
Gathering firewood, hauling water, etc. Do you ignore them, or do you interact with any of them?
Keep moving.
Keep moving.
All right.
Yeah, let's just keep going. We need to get there.
All right.
We're not going to get sidetracked today.
Are you sure?
At least for the next 30 minutes.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I usually do at some point.
At least for the next 30
All it's gonna take is a one. Somebody roll one.
Oh, there's some chat jam going on here. My sister Julia says, "Hey, Cobb." It doesn't say what time though. Sabrina Hans, you guys may remember
Yeah.
Sabrina. I'm sure Destiny does.
Yeah.
I'm on my lunch break, just popping in, or just popping by to say I miss you guys. Oh, I see. So my sister was there 50 minutes ago, Sabrina was 19, and Brian Brown says, "What's up, Blue?" Well,
Love you, Bree.
you're watching it.
I know 2 of those people.
Alright, I know 2 of those people.
Well, you might have met my sister many
That's-
years ago.
That's what I was gonna say. I know your sister.
Okay.
I don't know who Brian is.
Okay. Brian was a couple years behind me in school, just like I was a couple years behind you, and then my sister was a couple years ahead of you.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, jutting from the impenetrable woods on both sides of the road, high stone buttresses loom up gray in the fog. You're about, you can see it from about 200 feet away. Huge iron gates hang from the stonework.
That's where we go.
Dew clings with cold tenacity to the rusted bars. 2 statues of armed guardians silently flank the gate. Their heads, missing from their shoulders, now lie among the weeds at their feet. They greet you only with silence.
I approach the guards. Basically, so I'm going to approach the gate.
All
but-
by yourself? Nice.
But I'm going to
Yeah.
stand back like 20 feet.
Okay, does anyone else go up there?
Absolutely.
I'll follow suit. Yeah.
All right. So we got Garrett, Volmir, and Ein. Kelvin,
I'm in the back of the group, but I stay with the group.
okay. And what about you? Well, you're
And I
right.
let-
I'm on his shoulders. I'm
I let Walter
Yoda
off
at
my
this
back.
point.
He lets you hop down right there. So
Oh.
as you all walk up, you're about 50 foot from the gates now, and a loud and the gates swing open by themselves.
Alright, I guess our invitation was accepted. Let's go.
Walking through.
Walking through.
Going.
Get to the gates
Are you sure?
Enter.
and say thank you.
I nod to the guards.
Okay. So,
Chuck a coin down their neck hole.
now the dungeon master gets the roll.
We're in trouble.
A 5. Nothing.
Nothing.
That 8%'s really messing with you, isn't it?
I don't like it. Okay. The you can imagine that the sun is just a couple hours now from setting.
Do we see any kind of movement inside this place?
Roll a perception check, please.
Ooh, natural 29. Puts me at 43.
All right. You look around. Amazingly, just inside the wood line, past the gates, you see what appears to be a skeletal arm jutting up from the tall weeds.
Is it doing anything with its fingers?
It appears, no, nothing like that. The woods inside the gate match those you have been traveling through. Towering trees whose tops are lost in heavy gray mist block out all but a pallid light. The tree trunks almost touch, that's how thick it is. The thick, damp undergrowth presses in on you, making it impossible even to see one another at times. Well, that's if you go through the woods. Anyway. So, you all go through the
So we're
gate.
in the jungle?
Yeah, no,
You're on the road still. You haven't passed through the gates yet.
I do.
I do.
I go right on ahead.
All right. Apparently you all
Walk in
go
like I
through.
own the damn place.
All right. As you
There's
walk
an arm
through,
sticking up over there.
Do I see it when I look?
make me a perception check. Oh, natural 30. Heck
Roll,
yeah,
yeah.
you see it right there. Well, I mean, you see
Yeah,
it great.
You mean the one that's got 3 fingers up and the thumb sticking out sideways?
Right?
Okay. Other than that, it appears like the road continues
Wasted my
on.
fucking 30.
What do you guys do?
Keep following the road?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does anyone go investigate the
Keep
skeletal
heading
alarm?
west.
The skeletal alarm.
Nope.
Nope. Alright, follow the road.
Are you
Follow the
sure?
yellow brick road.
Waldo, are you going over there to look for a skeletal alarm?
Skeletal alarm. I thought you said alarm.
These guys were talking about a skeletal alarm.
What?
Didn't you hear the
Come on,
alarm?
Dwarf. Dwarf, let's keep going.
No, I'm sorry, I did not hear the
Off we go.
Okay, so as you all get past the gate, the gates slam shut. Apparently, you are here now.
Maybe.
Come.
We made it.
Maybe.
In record time. Thank you, Master Kelp.
Quite welcome. Cahula's blessings are powerful and very useful.
So was my mind.
Off in the distance, you hear
It's a wolfie.
the cry of a wolf.
And Cub?
I don't know. And just as quickly as it came, it's gone.
Always wanted a dog.
So we are continuing west on this road, I think.
We're following the path.
Sure seems like it.
All right.
Follow the path.
Okay.
Make our
Tall,
way to the Count's castle.
tall shapes loom out of the dense fog that surrounds everything. The muddy ground underfoot gives way to slick, wet cobblestones. The tall shapes become recognizable as the dwellings of a village. As you continue through, or do you go ahead and walk through on the road? Do you try to avoid this town altogether, or?
Follow the road.
Right.
The windows of each house stare out as pools of black nothingness. No sound cuts the silence except for a single mournful sobbing that echoes through the streets from a distance.
Hey, do you remember way back when we went to that farmhouse?
Yeah.
Flipping rug come to life and was choking me?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
A very long time ago. Very long time ago. Very far south from here.
Man, that just reminded me, this place reminded me of that.
Yeah. There's gonna be more of them here.
You notice, everyone
Let's keep
notices,
going.
claw marks scar most of the walls.
Yep.
Lots of shops you can see have closed up, and they look like they've been looted or ruined. Half attached door frames and hanging shutters.
Wanna go shopping, Volmir?
We need to keep going. Okay, so there is apparently a couple more hours of light left. Would you like to chance it and try to get to wherever you're going, even though you're not sure how far it is? Or would you pick something else?
I think we should be safe inside the gates. Uh-oh.
It's fine.
Glancing down, is there an alleyway as we're walking through these streets? Is there alleyways between the buildings? Are they just all interconnected?
I guess they're a lost connection.
Probably. Yeah. Yes, there is. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can find it. What am I looking for?
I want to go shopping.
Not right
No.
now.
Or maybe I didn't.
But it's almost dark. We can go shopping and then we can rest for a little bit in an alley and then get on our way.
No.
Are we seeing people?
No.
Very rarely, occasionally, you will see like someone's head kind of poke out of a random window and then shut. But not every building appears to have people in it. But then you do notice that there are a couple buildings that seem to have like light and sound coming from them.
Here.
Buddy over there.
So as you come in, there appears to be a couple homes, like each home has like a chimney, and the ones that have smoke coming out are obviously, you would think, inhabited. So there's just randomly, there's a couple on the outskirts, and then there are some bigger houses near the center that you can certainly, you'll be coming up on them. So like here, when you first walk in, Randy, if you can see this, there's alleyways where there's just more houses.
Okay.
So there's all kinds of things to explore and or ignore at your leisure.
Okay, well, I'm just kind of peeking down, not going up to the actual alleyway, but just where I'm at in the center, looking down the alleyway, to see if I see wood perhaps stacked.
Sure. Any place where there's smoke coming out of the chimney, yeah. There's like the sounds of some animals, maybe chickens and stuff that are being like put away. So it's like a town, but it's like a shitty town where everyone's sad because they're here. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? Now, see, Daryl, you're fucking crystal clear. So I don't know what happened, but you did something or you did nothing.
Yeah, something glitched out on me, but I'm back.
Okay. So, yeah, so you can tell me if what you want to do. You have the whole place to, like I said, ignore or explore.
Fine. I thought all these people in this area were supposed to be dead.
We are. We all are.
Yeah, I was about to
But
say,
because
I think they
I'm
are.
pretty sure how it's working is because we all are, we appear to be normal to each other.
Okay, well,
Either case,
here's a question I got because I don't understand. If you're dead, why do you need fire? Because I don't think you get cold. Or would you
maybe
get
you
cold?
do. I don't know.
Do you need to cook your
This
food?
is my second time I'm being dead, and it's the longest.
You've got
okay?
experience here.
It was very, very short time.
Did you get hungry?
No. And it was, again, a very, very short time. I spent mere moments dead. Not a lot. Hold on.
Well, we've all done it now.
Yeah, just know that you're not special.
Well, I was just thinking perhaps that as we walk along, maybe we each grab a log from here or there, and maybe have ourselves a fire tonight if we get stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Because as wet as everything else is, at least some of that firewood.
I am going to print out a map, and I will show you guys At least that is my intention, because you're not really going to know anything other than you kind of gauge the size of the town. So it's not like I'm showing you anything. And I think
What, the secret doors aren't marked?
right. So, but it is important that you notice the big buildings that anyone would notice. Like if you're going through some rural town now, you notice the water tower, obviously. So, and you remember
Yeah.
the building I kept saying, well, that's where the government is and the barracks and all that. The word for it is fucking town hall. I don't know why I couldn't remember. So, it's fucking town hall.
Frankfurt.
So,
And I don't know who made this map, but it's probably from the 5th edition book. I don't know, but it's really great, so I'm using it. So hopefully hopefully we have permission. Otherwise, that's why I don't monetize my videos. So, because can you see that?
Yeah, drop it down a little.
Right
Very
there.
good.
So the obvious big things are like up here. That's probably a church, and
Up on the hill.
the building, yeah, the building things, and the bigger things are like whoever's in charge, because they always get the biggest house, or the
Right.
town hall. And I'm not sure what's all the way down here. I'd have to tell you. But anyway, so, and you guys are approaching from this side. So right now, I haven't said you've walked all the way through. You're just right here at this first intersection. Oh, I'm sorry. You're just
Okay.
at this first intersection. And that's
My attention would be drawn to the hilltop, the cathedral or the big building up there.
So anyway, that's,
same.
so you guys can go wherever you want.
Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna do something.
Do you think this is the town we're supposed to be in?
Yes.
Can you hold it up again, Cobb?
Well, heck yeah. Matter of fact, maybe I can create some kind of sloogie action. Let's
Take it
see.
to that.
Oh, there we go.
You could snap a photo and text it to us.
Yes, that is a good idea, and I will do that. But I will also do the click and clack because I have things somewhere.
Cobb, I would like to use a power.
You would?
Yes, I would.
Hey,
Is
there
that too,
you
Is that
go.
too high, or is that all right?
That's perfect.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right. So, like I said, you're in the
Crown
first
me.
intersection. Crown me. And so you do. So you're. Well, what are you doing?
So I would like.
What are you doing?
So what I do is I close my eyes and I begin to think, and I picture myself floating in the air, quite a ways above where I currently am. And all at once, I open my eyes to look around. And I'm going to attempt to use clairvoyance.
Okay.
So, I rolled a 15,
Roll it again.
and I rolled a 5. Both are successful.
All right.
Successful. I go 100 yards straight up, and I look over the town.
Well, you see that.
Okay.
Would you like me to attempt to email you the picture as well?
Or send it via the group text.
I'm trying. I've never done it on this computer before, so
Sorry.
I think it'd be better. If the worst comes to worst, I'll snap a picture like Daryl said,
Mhm.
but I'm hoping I can.
Where
Got it.
are we on the left hand
That's all you
first
need.
intersection?
What was that, a pizza? That was a joke. You're approaching from
Funny,
Over
funny,
here.
haha.
over here.
Okay.
This
I see
is
it
the
now.
east and that way is west.
Okay.
At least that's what it says there.
And so from what I can see, looking at the big place that has what looks to be walls around it.
Up on the hill,
Yeah.
on the house says choose with. Fuck you.
I think we should head that way and see what's up there.
Thank you. Sorry.
Can I at least go window shopping?
Well, of
No.
course.
Break a window and take something?
No. Not until we're under his protection.
Are you going scavenging?
I just want shiny, sharp objects. And bows. I need bows. Or arrows.
Ah.
Well, it's for you guys to do. Like, there's no
So,
solutions there
after however long, basically after one round of seeing it, I end it. They might be. We should head to the castle up on the hill. And I start walking forward.
I'm just gonna look around, using observation as we go through the town.
Okay.
I'm walking that way slowly enough that they can mingle if they're wanting to look in windows.
Okay. So I guess
I'm going normal pace.
You're going normal place.
Normal pace.
Oh, okay. All right. So observation. Roll observation. Okay. As you're walking, you see what I described, the people that are kind of fearful. You get a lot of bad looks, like you're not trusted, you're an outsider, you're weird looking to begin with. You're obviously a bunch of ne'er-do-wells because you're carrying weapons and looking for trouble where no trouble's wanted. There's also the sobbing that's coming from location C, which I don't even think is on that map. But
Let's check that out.
Yeah, if I hear sobbing.
Yeah, let's not.
Let's not. Let's go to.
so as you approach the middle of the town, you have a building that's it says right over the door, Bildrath's Mercantile.
Hey, there you go.
And you also see a place with the sign that says Blood of the Vine, but the F in of has been scratched over with an N, so it says Blood on the Vine. And it looks like it might have been a nice tavern at some point, but now it's all old and not kept up.
That looks like a good place to get a drink.
And then
You know what else looks like a good
the
place?
loud sobbing coming from there.
As I say with a big smile on my face.
So, you guys still make your way towards
Is
the hill?
the sobbing coming from the mercantile or the inn?
What?
Blood of the divine.
There's a townhouse where the sobbing's coming from. Like this one right here. Sobbing. So when you get to the middle of the town, you got the Mercantile and this big house here, but the sobbing's coming from there.
Does it sound?
Okay. Someone needs help, and I'm gonna walk toward the
Or does
sobbing.
it seem supernatural? Or
Sounds like some person. So you can't see anything.
I'll start walking to the place on the hill.
is there something strange or off maybe about the crime?
Only thing I can describe is it's a sobbing. So imagine a woman who's wailing and crying about something, and considering the place that I've described, it's no wonder that that's the only one.
She's on her period and she's really emotional.
So
I'll have to get out quick.
As
So-
he wanders off that direction.
So hold on. So Kelf said somebody needs help. I'm going to go investigate. So he does that. And then you just said you leave and you start walking towards the hill.
I start walking towards our goal. Yep.
I'm
So what are you doing?
I'm gonna kind of follow Kel.
Okay. Volmir, what are you doing? Okay, so you're just standing there looking at everyone walking away from you.
Like,
Garrett,
yeah,
what are
I
you
mean,
doing?
they're going two different.
The place is depressing. Of course she's sobbing. Let's go.
Hey, what if that's that house that we were in?
Who are you talking to?
The group.
Okay, so you'd obviously
I'm talking
have to
to
raise
Garrett.
your voice.
I
a little
raise
bit
my
to-
voice and say that.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Kelp, did you hear that?
Yeah,
Hey, Kel,
Do you,
we should probably.
Do you acknowledge the directive from the leader, or do you just keep on going?
I turn back to the group
Hey, Kel.
and I
Okay.
lower my head
Hold
and I
on.
say, fine, we
Hold on.
should,
Hold on, Kelp.
fine, let's get there.
What's Waldor's wanting to? Because as you stop and you kind of turn around, you see Waldor was trying to catch up to you, and then
Oh, hey,
Waldor says what?
Hey,
Can you hear him?
yeah,
Okay.
hey, Kel, we should probably stay with the group. It's almost dark, and I'm not saying we shouldn't try to maybe come back and help her, but there's no telling what kind of dark dimension trap might be using a woman to lure somebody like
yeah,
that. And
yeah, you're right. Well, I'll come back. I'll keep going. It's in my nature.
No, I understand.
But Garrett's probably right. It could be, this place does suck.
The thing
I wouldn't want to live here either. So let's keep going
The thing that
and get
bothers
to what we
me
came
the
for.
most
Get the
is-
crown.
The thing that bothers me the most is all these people seem to pay no attention to that sobbing, like it's to be ignored.
The loneliness haunts me.
No, I agree, but it
Okay.
seems like a bad crying, like if this thing goes on constantly, but to the point where nobody even seems to pay heed or attention to it anymore. That's the part
Right.
that bothers me.
Who else?
But perhaps they're inconsolable.
Well, this is a land of the dead, so maybe it's a dead woman who's crying constantly for
Yeah.
all eternity.
There's much to mourn, I'm sure.
All right, I'm going to try to send this right now. Hopefully you guys, it's going to some emails and some phones, because I don't think I had an email for Destiny, so hopefully your phone gets it. And Randy, it was sent to your Gmail account. And
You had to do it the most difficult way, didn't you?
well, I don't know. We're going to find out. Maybe it was easy. That's what we're going to find out. So hopefully you all will be able to pull it up on your whatever you're looking at. That way, whenever I say or describe it, it's just that much easier. Okay, so you got it. No problem. Very good.
Got it.
You got it. Very good. Got it. Very good. Look at this. Technology. Cling.
Oh, that's a lot more complex than I thought.
You're still
Okay.
waiting?
I haven't gotten a phone text or
Well, just a second. The email sent failed. Well, let's see who it can go to.
naturally me.
To me. What? Oh, no reply. Cricket Wireless?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's go back. And let's try again. Because I can do this because it's right here on the computer. Yay!
Yay!
And then let's see. Dan, we got. How about an email?
Yeah.
What's your email?
Wild card, like in a deck of cards.
To wildcard. Hold on. This thing's stupid.
Yeah, I thought those were trees. I see now they're houses.
Wildcard
Yeah.
20.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
2010.
A as an apple, D as in
I see what you mean by more complex.
A as in apple, D as in Dan, at yahoo.com.
So wildcard 2010 add.
Yep.
At what?
It doesn't
Yahoo.com.
really matter to
I don't
Mark.
know why that isn't saved, but hopefully it'll let me.
Because it's being
Because it
copied.
would be nice if I could.
Well, it's the chaos gremlins that's around.
All right, message sent. Show details. Now, can I just add this? Would that be great if I could do that maybe? No?
I have some.
All right, screw you.
I don't need it, but I want it.
There we go.
Okay, so we all have maps now. And I
Very
can pull
good.
this down because that's great. All right, so you entered from the east. You made it to about halfway there, then those were those buildings, and then you decided that you were going to make this right after E2, whatever that is.
And head up to the
Head
manor.
up to E5. Okay. So. Now that might not be a church. It might, let me see if I can find it here. There's a couple different choices here because this is a map from a
Kind of
different.
looks like a graveyard behind it.
Right?
Of course, I can't see that yet.
I did.
That's right. Did you hover in your mind, or did you physically hover up into the air?
My mind.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have noticed anything besides me closing my eyes and putting my hand over kind of like my eyes and my forehead a little bit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I saw the city from the map. As if I
Right.
was
Very good.
Yeah. I can do very many things.
So you might know that it's a graveyard or a church or something for sure.
My detail would be that of the map.
Yeah.
So anything the map shows, I would have seen, but only to the map's detail.
And obviously I could have had him make perception checks too, but there's.
But I didn't spend any time, so it wouldn't have mattered. I just wanted to get a good look around. Nothing specific.
Yeah. For the day, Garrett, I have the ability to talk 2 languages I normally wouldn't be able to.
So we have to E6.
Technically speaking, I can talk any language. Are you talking in real life or in game?
In game.
In game, technically speaking, I can talk any language. Though only as a one-on-one.
Oh, and so far.
You know, if you need arrows, that mercantile could have some stock. Maybe we come back through.
Yes, I want us. Here's the thing. We are not under the Lord's protection yet. Once we're under His protection, I'm fine with us doing whatever. But we need to be under His protection first.
Okay.
We don't know the customs of this land. We need to go to
Yeah.
Him, figure shit out.
I think the custom is might makes right for the way these people live.
Seems like just dead customs.
Did you hear me, Garrett?
I'm sorry, no.
For the day, I can speak and understand 2 languages. I read normally.
Really?
Yeah, it's for a short time.
So we're walk.
Yes, I know. I'm looking for something. Hold on here.
It's
I know.
I grow in the
All right. Anyway.
power of my faith.
All right.
New things become available. So this is one of the other things I've recently done and thought might be
Okay. Well, that is what this is. So, a weary-looking mansion squats behind a rusting iron fence. The iron gates are twisted and torn. The right gate lies cast aside while the left swings crazily in the wind.
I don't want to meet with
The
this.
shuddering squeal and clang of the gate repeats with mindless precision. Weeds choke the grounds and press menacingly upon the house itself. Yet against the walls, the growth has been trodden down to form a path all about the dwelling. Deep claw marks have stripped the once beautiful finish off the walls. Great black mottlings tell of fires that have assailed the walls. Not a pane or shard of glass stands in any window. All the windows are barred with heavy planking, each plank marked with stains of evil omen.
I don't want to meet what did that to the games.
Okay, so
So
you
how do
all.
we know we're supposed to go here?
Yeah.
Are we guessing?
I believe this is where we need to go. Because it's a castle on a hill. This is the closest thing that there is.
Well, it's not a castle though.
I know.
Actually, the far off as you look, unfortunately, it's hard to see. You don't see those are 200 feet. So you got the town, and then like 1, 2, 3. So at the town is kind of like, we'll say 300, 400 feet away from a hill, and then the castle is up on top of the hill, and then the mountains go up even higher.
Wait, there is a castle?
Yes, but you had to get through the.
It's a mansion.
You had to go through the town.
No, there's a castle.
There is another castle.
I mean,
Past
that's
this.
not in this town, and that's obviously.
There's no castle in the
I
town.
correct myself.
This is a mansion.
Yeah,
There's a
I correct
castle.
myself.
Yeah.
That is where we need to go, and I point towards the castle.
So maybe we should find some place to stay for the
E6 is where that is. Okay, maybe I just didn't look at the map properly.
Can we judge
Hold
the
on.
distance?
I just didn't look at the map properly, that's all. Let me amend what I just said. I might have been totally wrong. Well, maybe not.
You called it a mansion earlier.
Okay.
Just because he's a count doesn't mean he has to live in a mansion, but it seems like it would be a little more well-maintained. This looks like it may be, well, it's all forlorn. Never mind.
Yes. All right. Anyway, doesn't matter. You know why? Because here you are. So you have the option of messing around here, or now that you're standing in the shadow of the castle, theoretically you could take the road out of this town and start to climb
We need
the road.
Can we tell how far it is?
It is like
Sir, over here.
There's a bunch over
there's
here.
a bunch.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Here's your stick.
I'm not looking at the right thing. Here's the mat land, the town. Each one of these hexes is 200 feet, so you got like 1, 2, and then it starts going up a hill. So, and there's all these woods, so you'd have to take the road, windy thing, to get there. I mean, or you can try to go through the forest and up the hill, even though you've been warned not to.
Cobb, do I feel like my spell is still in effect? I mean, we haven't strayed from the path too much. I did turn and look the other way.
Your spell is still in effect because you're 13 and 13 hours, and it's going to get dark probably a little
Well,
bit
it's
before
13
it's
miles, but
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
so
13
then it ran out right when you got here.
okay. I kind of had a feeling.
Okay.
So you think we can make it?
So should we continue?
We continue.
I agree. I'll do something if it needs to be.
Okay. So as you're looking around, you now.
March on!
All right.
You're on your wall.
You hear a clattering coming down the street from your left.
Is it a carriage?
What does it sound
It
like?
is.
That's what I was waiting for.
PCs hear the clattering of a carriage heading down the cobblestone street towards them.
Hold. This might be our ride.
The carriage pulls up, stopping about 20 feet away from you. And the carriage driver, dressed in fine clothes, has a hat on, overcoat with a high collar.
Does he look?
Looks like a very handsome man.
So he is complete. No missing head, has all his face.
I mean, it could be an illusion.
Yeah, but from my perspective, he's complete.
Yeah, it's a guy.
All right.
Okay. And he says, you all stick out like sore thumbs.
Makes it easy for you to find us, doesn't it?
Apparently so. I was told to look for strangers, and here you are.
Here we are.
I would like all of you to roll 20s, please. And just tell me what you roll. And we'll start with Garrett.
14.
And Volmir.
18.
And Kel.
15.
And Waldorf.
19.
And I.
10.
Okay.
Why am I the
Don't get
lowest?
smirky, I.
Why am I the lowest?
Because your rolls sucked.
Yeah, he fails his charisma checks just as often as I do.
All of you
Should. I should.
feel like this guy's like a breath of fresh air. He's like not seemingly scared. He appears to be confident. He appears to be in good health and good humor.
I like you.
Well, I guess I get in the carriage. Some help if it requires it.
Okay.
Come here.
Good day, traveler. Are you heading up the mountain?
This is our ride. We need to. He's here for us.
I am heading up to the master's home. You should all be aware that it is not common at all, and in fact it is a great honor to be received by the Count.
So be respectful of her.
Be respectful. Be aware that you are in his home. And if he asks you questions, your hesitation to answer them will cause suspicion.
I glare at Waldorf.
Don't look at me like that.
So, does everyone get in the carriage?
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I do.
Hearing no objections, you do. And you,
Did I need help getting in it, or did I make it?
it's
enough?
got a little fold out for, there's kids in
So
this
while that
town,
was all
so,
going on, I was just sitting there.
yeah.
I'm gonna need help up.
Yes, you are.
if, as you, well, does anyone help her?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The driver's like, all right, everything good? All right,
I
hold
smack the
on.
side. Bump, bump.
And you take off.
Whee!
Along the way, you have the chance to either sit with your back towards the wall and relax on this cushioned bench,
I'm looking
or
at
you
the
can
window seat.
look out the window if you want. Inside the carriage, there's 2 small lamps that provide light, and on the outside of the carriage there are lights as shown on this to provide light. So, I need Waldor, roll me a d12.
4.
4, okay. I'm
I'm looking out the window as we drive.
Okay.
of the thing using our observation.
You see a lot of forest, and the forest goes by. Occasionally you see less forested areas before you start to feel yourself going up the hill.
Hey, driver, what is so dangerous about the forest that we're not supposed to go into them?
The sound of the horses and the rolling of the wagons apparently make communication with anyone you're not next to difficult. You climb outside of the carriage to attempt to sit in the front seat.
Waldorf, remember why in your place it was not safe to go out at night?
Yes.
Same thing here.
Yeah, I'm just curious exactly what it is.
Everywhere we've been, there's one place you do not go. You don't go out at night where you're from. You don't go into the Deadlands, the place after yours, where we've had the underbugs. You don't go to the north. That's where all the
And
zombies
actually,
are.
in my original world, I thought it was people didn't go in my pants.
Who's having the conversation?
Daryl and his son.
Oh, Daryl, are you talking to Lee?
No, I'm not talking to anyone.
Oh, then
okay.
Never mind. It's
It's not coming from your house
background.
either?
your days probably just run together, you don't
It's Volmir's background.
Oh, okay. All right. So you just go ahead and pull your head back into the carriage, or do you attempt to?
I pull it back in.
Okay. So as the sun is finally setting, the carriage ride turned and twisted and going up the hill, and at one point you hear the sound of as if you're riding on wood, and there's a throttling, like a rhythm, like you're going across
A bridge.
something. That would probably be a bridge, until eventually the carriage stops. And you hear, "All right, folks, we're here."
Thank you. How can I show my appreciation for the smooth ride?
No thanks needed. The master gave me orders and I did them.
And what's dangerous in the woods? Or why don't you go in the woods?
Mainly
Because the count has decreed it. You probably shouldn't.
Okay.
But, I mean, there are other things in the woods. There are things in the woods that protect the count.
I assume the same thing for why you should not be out outside at night.
It's just not a good idea. Things that hunt tend to be nocturnal.
Understand.
After passing through the craggy peaks of the Balanox, the road takes a sudden turn to the east, and the startling, awesome presence of Castle Ravenloft towers before you. Twin guardhouses of turreted stone, broken from years of use and exposure, stand before you. Beyond these, a 50-foot wide precipice gapes between the Balanoch cliffs and the walls of Castle Ravenloft, a chasm of dizzying depth that disappears into the fog-shrouded distance far below. The lower drawbridge of old, shorn-up wooden beams hangs precariously between you and the arched entrance to the courtyard. The chains of the drawbridge creak in the wind, their rusty iron straining with the weight. From atop the high walls, stone gargoyles seem to stare at you from their hollow sockets and grin hideously. A rotting wooden portcullis, green with growth, hangs in the entry tunnel. Beyond this, the main doors of Castle Ravenloft stand open. A rich warm light spills from them into the courtyard. Torches flutter sadly in sconces on both sides of the open doors. The drawbridge creaks and groans under any weight, but it seems sturdy. And you will have to cross the drawbridge to get to where you're going.
I stand to Randy's side. I put an arm kind of around him. Ready? To Garrett's side. Ready, Garrett?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so you all start to walk across the drawbridge. I would like all of you to roll percentile, please. And we will start with Kelf,
60.
Volmir,
75.
Waldor,
32.
Hein,
30.
Garrett.
62.
All right. The wood creaks. You make it across, and you realize that as you cross, it would have been a very terrible fall. You go under the tunnel there, the archway with the wooden portcullis. I need Volmir to roll a d10. I didn't hear you.
10.
10. Okay.
Sorry, he's talking in the background and
that's-
I'm trying to keep
all right.
everybody from
There,
hearing it.
that's what I thought. That's good. I need Waldor to roll his observation. I need Kelf. Well, I need everybody else to roll your perceptions.
29 for observation.
30. Total.
Ooh. Kelf.
22.
Okay. Volmir. 'What'd you get?
34.
That's a success. What'd you get?
29.
Okay, so
Not much.
Waldor and Volmir, as you are walking under the tunnel, you just happen to be looking around, and you see a piece of the green growth kind of drip down and hit the floor, and it kind of sizzles a little bit before it turns brown. And as you pass under and into the courtyard, it starts to rain.
I hurry up through there, but I'm looking up like, you see that shit? Did I see that shit?
It's called rain.
No,
Waldor.
no.
It
It's like
comes from
green
the
shit
sky.
fucking fell down and like it's fucking acid or something.
I taste
Yeah.
the rain and let it cleanse my palate and get a good drink of it.
No, don't do that. It just sizzled on the ground. It just,
The
you know,
rain
it's just
did-
like,
No,
Not,
no, was that the piece of the grove?
the green part, yeah.
I step into the rain.
Okay. Okay. I would like Garrett, roll me a d10.
Hey, now.
All right. you guys see that as the rain starts to pick up and a wind whips through, you see what appears to be like a shadow come out of the top of the castle. There's a tower, and it looks like it's coming straight for you all. I need actions. And since no one is anywhere in particular, we'll just start at the right. Do you do anything? No?
Absolutely not.
Just watching?
Yep.
Okay. Volmir, do you do anything with the shadow approaching? No? Kelf?
I'm casting a spell.
Okay. Waldor?
I just put my hand on the artifact.
What artifact? The bow? Okay. And I.
Alright, take a kneel and bow.
Okay. Roll initiative, Kelf, because you, I think, are about the only one that's doing anything. Beat a 1. Kelf, roll initiative.
8.
All right. So, a sound of like almost like a splashing, but it's as it gets steadily closer, it starts to sound like a flapping, and before you know it, a swarm of bats engulfs all of you. There are a bunch of them. I need Kelf to make a wisdom check. If you fail, your spell is ruined.
I got a 17,
That's all.
and my wisdom is a 15.
So that's 32. So you are successful. So the bats are flying around and you're like, yeah. Everyone else, you get attacked by these things. The bats are just flapping by you like crazy. All right. So each of you suffers several, and they need to basically roll super high to do anything. So here we go. So we'll just start with you first. I'm, nope. Waldor,
Come on, all ones. All ones.
nope. Kelf, nope. Volmir, 318, still not good enough.
Roll that 20.
Garrett. No. Okay. So they all are just kind of flapping around and you guys are going, okay, Kelp, it's your turn.
I embrace the darkness.
I concentrate to maintain my focus as the bats flutter around me, and I take my holy symbol and I pass it across down my arms and across my torso and down each leg. I pray to Kahulin to strengthen my vestment and allow me the protection of his holy divinity. And I cast magical vestment, which creates, gives me an armor class of -1, because it's a base of 3 due to my level, and then with my dex adjustment, and that's going to last for 5 rounds per level.
All right. So,
5 rounds per level.
in the meantime,
70 rounds.
you all see the,
Hook me up.
okay,
Yours.
thick cold fog swirls in just as the bats fly off.
Uh-oh.
Sporadic flashes of lightning lance the angry clouds overhead. Thunder pounds the courtyard. The rain continues to fall, but at a slightly less power. Ahead, torches flame flutter in the wind on each side of the keep's open main doors. Warm light spills from the doors into the courtyard. Doors in the gate towers on each side of the tunnel entrance are shut against the rain. A howling wind rushes through the courtyard. The dark towers of the keep loom above in the mists. Flickering lights shine from a short round tower on the southeast side of the keep. So, where would you like to go?
The doors are open. I'm walking in.
Yep.
And I will make it clear that I'm walking, not sprint, not running. I'm just normal pace.
And when I get to the doors, I'll wipe my feet.
Yep, I agree.
I follow the leader.
Hey, Kel, what was that you just did?
Say again?
Magical lessons.
No, I know that. Hey, Kel, what was that you just did? All those things. were
I-
going on.
Asked Kahuna to bless my vestment and to let it protect me so that my mere weak flesh has the blessing. I have protection while I'm wearing this frock to protect myself from blows. It's as if I'm wearing armor now, but it's just my homespun robe.
As you walk across the courtyard and getting ready to go into the castle, on one of the balconies of the tower, you look up and there is a figure there, a lone figure with a light behind him. And this figure looks, even at this distance, like someone you've seen before.
Even me?
Not you.
So, I'm just thinking.
Is this
of
where we
something.
bow in?
Would it be that we've seen it in a
Hologram?
dream?
Is this
No.
bird
Okay,
brand?
so it's not that. I don't think it's Vergons, no.
We've seen it in the town where Raspy was.
That's a pretty good guess, yes.
Okay.
In the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I know.
One of the three.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, then probably is Vergons.
That's what I'm saying.
I didn't think it was, but yeah, it is.
You did.
You did. I said I didn't think it was, but yeah, it is.
As you approach the open door of the castle, he turns and walks back in. And
When
you,
we meet him in front of his throne, that's when we kneel.
you
Oh.
walk in, and it's now you're shielded from the
And I
weather.
say-
And it's a large open room with multiple places to sit, multiple pegs to hang overcoats or weapons or whatever you don't want to carry around. And it's like you're wondering where everybody is. It's just, you're all by yourselves.
Well, we can either make ourselves. Does this castle feel any similar?
Two.
Well, considering we've been in a couple in our past adventures, any of the two that we've been in?
You've been in two castles?
Yes.
Three.
I don't remember there being.
I remember there being
Refresh my
two.
memory of
Basula's.
castles.
Basula's
Well,
castle.
Prince Naspian's castle.
Yeah.
The first time.
Okay, this is more like a Gothic castle. That thing was a palace.
Okay. Then never mind.
I was gonna say the castle originally at New
Where you guys got raped?
No.
Oh wait,
Yes.
was it a house or a castle where we?
Naspian?
No, where?
That's still Naspian's palace.
Oh,
Where
that
we
was,
got the ring?
yeah,
Yeah, that was Naspian's
where they had
palace.
the
Where I fell through the roof?
yeah.
That's Naspian's palace.
Okay.
How many times do I need to see?
All right.
How many
So,
times do I got to see?
a human comes down a flight of stairs from about 50 feet away, all the way on the other side of the room.
Wait for him to approach.
And he is dressed in like, kind of like short pants, not shorts, but they go past the knees, and he's got these long stockings and these dark shoes with buckles, and he's wearing like a shirt with a waistcoat over it, and his hair's slicked back, and he says, "Welcome to Castle Ravensloft. The master has been expecting you."
Thank you for greeting us.
How is the master's representative
After,
in the land of Forsooth?
if I may, after we corrected our wrong, he is doing much better. In fact, we not only corrected our wrong, but we saved him from the giants.
The master will be pleased. Are you the Savage Six?
That would be us.
And you bear weapons of the enemy of all life?
We do.
Are you aware that those weapons hold no power here?
We are now.
Question D, has the spirit even spoke to me?
Other than when you first got here and it said, something's wrong, I don't like this.
Okay.
It seems eerily silent.
If I reach out to my mind, can I sense it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not much going on there apparently.
Not very chatty then.
Yeah. It's like its tune has changed for some reason.
Raven's Loft. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raven Loft.
Okay, no less.
Correct. He says, "It is highly unusual for the Count to see anyone except for his chosen." And he looks at Volmir. And then he turns back to the rest of you and says, "Before I take you to see him, let us be clear. You are here because you seek to join the Vampire King in his war against Forsooth. Is this correct?"
That
Yes.
we've been asked and we have agreed.
Then prepare yourselves. You are about to witness power unlike you have ever felt before. Power that not only is able to rule this section of the world that was thought destroyed when the tomb of Forsooth fell, but one that not even a living dragon will come to. And he turns and
What about a dead one?
we shall see.
I plan on showing that.
He turns and he says, "Then follow me. When I present you, I will present you one at a time. You will walk forward. You will bow. You will state your name. And if you have one, your station. If not, you will just say your name and where you are from. And then he will lead the rest of the negotiation. Do you understand?"
Yes.
You there, holy man,
Yeah.
Yes.
Be aware that you will be questioned most of all for obvious reasons. So do not attempt to beguile or subvert the master's wishes with your divine powers. It will be
I
met.
appreciate the warning. I have no intentions of misrepresenting my friends.
He then says to you, Kelp, he says, you especially, you being here has great significance because you have something that the master is very interested in, even more than anyone else. But only he may ask.
I am honored.
So he then turns and says, follow me, and then as you go up the steps or whatever, if you guys want to say anything or whatever to each other, you may.
I ask before he leaves, is it customary that we leave our weapons here, or can we carry them with us?
It matters not. You may do as you please. If you feel like your weapons improve your appearance, then by all means carry them. Display them as you would any sign or trophy that the living thinks is important.
I know what I'm doing.
So you all follow him up the steps until you come to what appears to be an antechamber and a great set of double doors, wooden, reinforced with other wood. He says, wait right here, and he walks in and shuts the door behind him, leaving you five outside of that.
Alright.
As you sit there in silence and wonder about
Anticipation.
what you've gotten yourselves into and how this is, who would have known that all those many moons ago you would be standing in the castle of a king, much less an undead king.
Not dead, he's a vampire.
A short time later, the door opens and he says, is there any of you, have you decided who shall speak for you once you all are? One of you should be the voice. Too many voices can spoil a good conversation.
Well, here's the rapport with this.
Daryl?
Don't worry,
Hold
guys.
on. Daryl, hold on. All I heard, try again.
Tap your headset.
Seems to
No,
be
it's the internet.
the leader,
Go ahead.
but Garrett seems to be the leader, but Mike seems to have some familiarity with this count. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Garrett, are you going to speak for the group?
Garrett, it's up to you.
Are you eloquent enough?
I am
I'm going to
not-
think my appearance is
I will-
probably not desirable as the spokesman.
I am not. I choose I'm to do speaking for the group.
The man leaves. He says, oh,
I could agree with that.
okay. Before he leaves, he says, Garrett, any title, rank, or place of origin?
Newstone is where I'm from.
Ein,
I'm from Newstone.
Waldorf. He's asleep.
Place you're from?
Do you have a title, or
I'm just a priest of light and day. Light and dark.
Okay.
Wake up.
Master Kelp.
Rough day.
Please introduce me as Master Kel, priest of Kahula.
And last but not least, the White Witch. What would you like? How would you like to be introduced?
From Linkmark.
Very good. So he closes the door once again. And then I need everyone to roll a d30, please.
Oh yeah. Flash freeze water.
Okay, Waldorf.
11.
Garrett.
23.
Volmir.
26.
Kel.
16.
Fine.
Can we do a level check?
No.
Can we do golf rules?
You got a 2?
Yeah.
Close. Okay. So the door opens up and he grabs you by the arm, not like rough, just assistant, and he pushes you inside and closes the door. And what you see is a long hall with pillars that go up to the ceiling, some 40 foot, very open and spacious, like a modern day church. And at the very other opposite end, sitting in what could only be a golden throne with red and black, maybe it's cloth, maybe it's a different kind of stone or metal, sits who you remember as Vertigons. But Vertigons looks a little different. In the courtroom, he looked like a dandy fop man who had sharp teeth and long hair. But now he appears to be someone who's achieved something. Someone who looks at you as if you are either his next morsel or his next piece of filth that he pushes off his boot. His long dark hair comes forward over his shoulders, and he appears to have put on muscle, maybe?
Mm-hmm. That must.
He, in your mind, you hear, you may approach to 30 feet.
Are we all in there? Is this just Garrett?
No, this is just
first.
Garrett. As you start to walk forward, this red carpet is laid down all the way up to the throne. And the pillars, next to each pillar, is like a statue or some type of art. And you're not familiar with who these represent. But they all appear to be nobility of some type. None of them look alike. There's both men and women. There's writing underneath them, but you don't read it, or you don't understand it. Could be their names, could be their titles, could be their date of birth or date of death, or what have you. Some of them are armed, some of them are not. None of them are like naked or anything. They're all dressed elegantly. And the stone varies from quartz that's used to make jewelry out of the actual rock to chiseled fine details on their faces. They all appear to be human, though. You don't see any other races represented by this artwork. And further back against the wall, each wall has tapestries that hang some 30 feet along, and they depict scenes of battle or crests or pictures of people. They could be famous, they could be nobodies, who knows. And there are low burning braziers every 20 feet that are set just past the pillars, and a low flame provides a low light. So there's a lot of shadows because of all the things. And there's like a scent, a little bit of a scent of a burning whatever that's in these braziers and gets in your nostrils. And it's not unpleasant, it's just kind of there. It's like when you walk into a house. It's like when you walk into the store and they've been cooking chicken and you can smell it. But this isn't chicken, it's something that's been burned. Do you approach to 30 feet?
Well, I'm gonna look to see where I'm guessing the 30 feet's at. And in my military background, I'm going to march military style up to that point and stop,
Okay.
and then bow.
From the back of the room, you hear Garrett of Newstone, leader of the Savage Six. And then the Vertigons stands up just for a second, and he kind of looks you up and down, and then he sits back down, and he says, "Interesting." And then the door opens and you are pushed in.
I kind of whisper to him,
To who?
to the guy who's ushering
Oh,
me
okay.
in. I wish to use one of my abilities. Would that be okay? It's a showcase of my power.
You do what you think is best.
Alright?
Pray that you choose wisely, and the door slams behind you.
Alright. Is Garrett in there, or did he
You see him standing about 50 feet ahead,
Okay.
up to standing kind of in the middle on this carpet. And you see everything else I described. And in your mind, there is a knock.
I allow it in.
Okay, and you hear, "Stand next to your companion and remain still."
Alright. Cobb, I'd like to do power.
Okay?
I am attempting teleport,
Okay.
and my target is standing right next to him. You already said 50 feet, so I know my distance and all that.
Okay, now just so we're clear, I forgot to say it. For the time being, while you're in the mists, everything's a disadvantage on your side.
Okay, you did not say that.
I know.
Okay. Do I keep that roll?
If you don't want to, that's fine.
It's a
So-
success, so
well,
I'll have to
then,
keep
yeah.
it in disadvantage.
Okay.
And then at disadvantage, my worst one was a 10. I rolled a 4 and a
That's
10.
probably 6. Okay,
Yeah.
so you disappear from just inside the door, and then right next to you, he appears. And then your brain, you hear this.
And
Make
then
me a
it's-
charisma check.
What's charisma?
Total is 28. I rolled a 17.
You hear vulgar, but I'll allow it. I'm of Newstone.
I've taken the about.
Waldo, you are grabbed next. You are pulled gently inside the door, and unless you do or say anything, the door closes. And you see what I described, the long laid out rug, the two guys standing 50 foot ahead,
6 minutes later.
and in your brain you hear, "Stand next to your companions."
I'll walk along.
Okay? You notice the things I described before. I need you to roll observation.
24.
Okay? On your way up there, you notice that one of the statues, it kind of resembles, could be maybe Zero, maybe not. Okay? And you walk up and you stand next to those two. Okay. And from the back you hear, Waldor, priest of the light and the dark. And in your brain you hear, I'm not yet decided whether you shall live or die because of what you have done. I have a very long memory, and I know who all of you are, and I know what you did, but you may redeem yourself if you choose wisely. And there will be no gray in that decision. And then, Volmir, you are pulled and kind of the door opens and you are led in. And then the door slams behind you. And the guy turns and looks at Kelf and he says, this is one of those times where I wish I could see what the fuck is going on in there. And he kind of is at the door, and then the door goes in his face, and he's like, ah! And in your head, Volmir, you hear, approach and remain still by your companions. And you do that?
Yes.
Okay.
I just pictured.
So as you walk up, you see all the things I've described, and it seems like it's clean, but the smoke that you smell reminds you of the last time that you saw your sisters around the fire in the steps, and just for a moment it makes you a little sad, but it passes quickly because as you approach your companions and then you stop, you hear from the back, Volmir of Lakemar. And in your head you hear this voice. No, you don't hear that. You hear, so this is the one he has been yearning for. Interesting. And then, last but not least, the guy's like,
No, don't kill yourself.
all right, you're last. He says, you ready?
I stroll forward.
And the door closes behind you. And in your mind, you hear, approach your friends, but stop 5 feet in front of them and remain still.
I approach, and in my mind, I think it is an honor to be received by one so powerful. And I go to that he had asked me to go.
And you guys all are expecting Kelp to like come up, but instead you see him stand in front of you and stop. And in your mind, Kelp, you hear, I hope that the inevitable of time, I'm sorry, let me start over. I had hoped the inevitable of time would send someone to help. But the irony of it being someone of your race who is touched is not lost on me. And then out of his voice. He says, "You are all welcome here in Count Strahd's court." And at that, suddenly there's like, it's as if someone pulled a bunch of shades up, and because all the braziers fire up, and then suddenly there's more that light up until the room has got so much light that you people with infravision for a second, you're like, ah, and you see a whole bunch of people in the wings that apparently either weren't there or were there, you didn't see them or whatever, and right directly, and they appear to be like dressed up and having a good old time. They're holding these wine goblets, and several of them, almost all of them as you look, have these sharp teeth that come out. You're basically in a court of vampires. They're all around. And
I look for an instrument. I can't believe they've just appeared and they were beyond my detection.
there's laughter coming from over here and someone shouting over here, and you don't understand the language. It's like a mixture of like wheezing and whistling and the sound of bats flapping or snakes slithering. It's like some foul speech that you didn't know existed until now. And at that, Strahd holds his hand up, and they all kind of start to die down. And from the back, someone like laughs real loud. And Strahd kind of looks over there, and then whoever that was, they stop. And then he kind of goes like this over his right shoulder, and suddenly, either like it's like a bunch of lights are like turned up from the floor, except there's no lights there. It's just that this whatever this is illuminated, and you all see the 6 arms of Basula tied by chains splayed out, and his legs, and he's hanging there, and he appears to be unconscious, but definitely alive.
There we go.
And from the back you hear, "Is it time, my lord? Is it time?" And he says, "I'm glad you can see the moment and ruin it." And they all laugh, and he thinks he's clever. He's like, ah. And then some female vampire who's like super hot, got everything perfect, wearing a low-cut dress and slit up her thigh, high heels, the whole 9 yards, comes over, and she kind of bends over and appears to kiss him or maybe whisper something to him. And then he kind of nods and looks back over his shoulder and then looks at Volmir. And he says, "My friends, you once knew me as Vertigance. And that was a long time ago. Most, if not all, that were alive at that time, and most, if not all, that were dead at that time are still dead." And they all laugh again. He kind of puts his hand out. And then you see like some little weird, like half man, half gnome creature kind of waddle up. It's like if he took a gnome, half of a gnome, and smushed it on a human pair of legs. It's fucking weird looking. And he kind of walks up and he's like, "Yeah, yeah, it's fucking weird, man." And he kind of looks out in the crowd, and like, "Yeah!" He's like, and seeing him have the big long legs and the half body, all of you need to save versus spells.
Break out laughed in.
What'd you roll?
10. I needed 10.
Okay. What about you?
I rolled 13. I needed an 11.
That's successful.
Yeah.
How about you?
Needed an 8, rolled a 9.
Okay. Volmir?
12, needed a 10.
And Cal.
18, success.
Oh yeah. Okay. So the the thought of joining in on the laughter sort of is contagious, but all of you manage to keep your composure. And then as Strahd notices...
I do enjoy it, though.
Okay. Do you do anything that would let anyone know that you enjoy it, or is it all on the inside?
Politely and smile.
Okay. Strahd kind of looks over at this abomination, and he's like, "Come here, Baldo. I want them to see you." And he kind of comes over, and he's like, "Yes, yes, master. Let them see me." And he says, he is the last of you. So, tell me, priest of dark and light. And he puts his hand out and he says, light or darkness? You fucking naked thumb. You guys can't see that, but fucking Dan didn't wait. He was like, I'll do it. So the guys, so Baldo's like, ah, no! And he takes off running, and nobody seems, they just start laughing, and he runs off through the crowd. And they're all starting to throw their drinks at him. And he runs out the back and out some, and everyone keeps laughing for a while. And then they die down, and the good-looking female vampire then kind of leans in again. And then he says, he looks at Volmir, and he says, I give you the same choice. Because he's the last of his kind.
Oh?
And I think everyone but you, and he points to Kelf, is aware what he did. I mean, I could understand revenge, but just destroying for love? Pathetic! Fucking pathetic!
I look over at Garrett.
So I ask you, live or die? You hear murmurs from the crowd. No. She wants that criminal to live. He that perpetrated wanton destruction against my people in my kingdom. So, let it be shown, Strahd is merciful. And he points up like that. And the chains all pop off. Crumbles forward and falls down. Blam!
Can I run to him?
Are you asking? Who are you asking?
I start to try and walk towards him.
Okay. You start to move, and you see like where you hadn't seen before, from behind one of the pillars by Basula, you see step out a hideous creature, a demon from hell, 12 foot tall, holding a whip with flames coming off it and wings. And you see Strahd go, nope, that's all right. Allow her to pass. So it kind of takes 2 steps back, but as you move closer, you feel the heat coming off of him. And just for a second, you're like, it kind of reminds you of those fire dwarves a little bit, the way there's flames and stuff. And he kind of sneers down at you, and there's like this weird reflection coming off your white skin, and you hear somebody in the back go, "Roasted like a chicken!" They all start cracking up and laughing. But you get up there to Basula, and he's unconscious, and what do?
I just try and I try and wake him up.
I mean,
But quietly.
so like he's face
So-
down. What do you do to him?
Try and roll him over.
Okay, so when you touch him and you start to roll him over, you see him immediately start to transform, and he starts to go back to his normal shape until he's the Basula that you recognize.
2005 Hulk.
And
what does he look like? Is he an elf or a human? Or
what does he look like,
when you say
Volmir?
normal shape?
What does he look like, Volmir?
He looks like a human. I mean, that's what I thought at first.
Okay.
Hey, Cobb, the
Yes?
guy who keeps making the remarks, is it the same guy over and over, or is it different people?
No, it's different. Okay, so then Strahd says, "How touching to be in love with a criminal is a torture in itself." Then he turns to Garrett and he goes, "No. You, the show-off. I'm inclined to just completely leave you alone, considering what happened to your brother. And I will admit, that was not my doing. But that is a story for another day. So I really don't have anything for you here. You can consider yourself lucky. But my favor might change. So be careful." Then he turns back to Garrett. And he says, "We have met before. You and that weasel, Justice, hunted down Usario. How did it feel how did it feel when you I need water."
The old man.
Just we pause for a second.
Pause for station identification.
Getting all choked up.
I hate when these shows go on, right when it gets to the good part.
Commercial. I know, right? I just get completely left alone. It's like, come on, give it to me. I can take it. I'm a good boy.
He might bend you over later, but and show you
I'm a
prison
fucking big boy.
style. Show you the prison style rules.
First get fucked by a pair of cars, then you get turned into one.
Okay. We pause for station identification. This is KCOB. Susie Bauer says, "I miss RPGs." Well, find somebody to play with. I know it's difficult sometimes, but
Where do you live at?
Are you close?
I don't actually know where she lives. So I would assume somewhere in St. Louis. Okay, so he says, I already forgot what he was going to say. He says,
Hunted down.
You were
oh no, that's what it
talking
was. It was,
Talking about the guy.
how did it feel when you finally vanquished your foe.
The taste was sweet.
You answered like one of us. Make me a charisma check with advantage.
Natural 19, so 31. 31's my best.
Okay. He raises an eyebrow and he says, I like you. I don't know why,
Everyone fucking
but
likes
there's
Gary.
something about you
The guy with the
that
look
says,
Right.
everybody likes.
right, I like killing.
What I do best.
You'll be useful. Just don't fuck it up. I don't forgive you for killing Usario. But the fact that he allowed himself to be killed by the likes of you and that fucking sheriff, fuck him. And that's what I had to say about that. Master Kelf, you may approach another 10 feet and then be still.
I do so.
What did you see in the cave?
I saw a statue, and I saw hill giants, and I had a vision, a summons, a quest, if you will, placed upon me. Was it you that summoned me? Was Cahulan calling to me?
Would you be disappointed to learn that it was me?
I had some suspicion, but if it were not in Cahulan's plan for me, then something would have deterred me from reaching here. I seek the crown, as you know.
Oh yes, I know. Because
Are you its rightful owner?
No, absolutely not. Those feckless, impotent gods of yours and of hers belongs to Solanor. I guess your companions didn't bother to tell you the truth of that crown?
I have not gained information. I just know that they are the ones who put it in Forsooth's hands.
What lengths you will go to get revenge, it is amazing. It is amazing. You stand amongst a most formidable group of assassins and traitors. And you are willing to work with them to achieve what you think is important. Does it matter that they have killed the innocents? Done terrible things against the law? Does that bother you?
It is not, those are not the choices that I would make for myself. And I know not why I was drawn into their company.
I drew you
But-
into their company, you fool! It was I that put the
Well,
Protector
now
back
that is-
together. It was I that placed him in the Cave of Annam. It was I that sent you the message through time. A simple magic mouth. Do you understand now?
Indeed. Then this has nothing to do with my divinity and my link with Cahulan.
Well, it depends.
But as I said-
would you like that crown to remain where it is? Because if that is yes, then you are correct. It has nothing to do with you, a chosen one of the Elven Kingdom. And then he turns and he looks at the crowd, and before you can speak, he says, "Everyone, this is why Forsooth, when he fell and we thought we were doomed, this is why we thrived. Because of thinking like that. I hold no specific malice towards your race. None at all. Forsooth is the one that seeks to destroy your race. He did it before. History will repeat itself. You surround yourselves with the seventh coming. And now you have a chance to finish it.
I continue to seek the crown.
So be very clear when you speak of what the crown is for and if it's important to you or not. Only you can decide if it's important.
I know very little of the crown. Only that it is an elven art and that I have been beseeched by you, now is clear, to find it. And that is why I'm here.
It's a shame that
So if you can help me reach it, that'd be great.
It's a shame you could not use all the time that you traveled with these individuals to learn more about it.
They're rather tight-lipped.
I think that might go back to, I hope they don't find out how much evil we've done. I hope he doesn't find out that the weapons we carry wish the utter destruction of my race. Do you think that might have something to do with it? This is This is why I chose you. You are the most important one. Up until now, she was. But no more. Because where you go now, you have never been. And neither have they.
I never thought I would be in the land of the undead.
The previous switches' corpses are destroyed. They can no longer be experimented on by Forsooth. I did that myself. You're welcome. The stairs are destroyed under this castle. Removed. No more sacred power. They have been desecrated. They have been turned to my purposes. They are what feed the heart of this castle. And yes, I am purely selfish in what I want. I want to keep existing. Just because you elves gave up all those years ago doesn't mean we will. I have debased myself to get an alliance with our enemies to the east. Some of you may remember what was there. The free labor, the use of the corpses that Forsooth gave to the Gonomies to keep them docile, fat and happy. So tell me, light and dark, are you ready to work with them again? Are you ready to let them put their life on the line while you watch? While you look down, whether it be from Forsooth's lair or from that fucking sheriff and his skyship? Thank Christ they're all destroyed. I'm sorry. Thank Mezelak.
He says as he writes this down.
I want to see who Mezelak is.
Sure, go ahead.
Same.
Roll your religions, but you gotta roll super high, so.
Me too.
If you want.
Yes.
I got a
I rolled an
29.
18.
Well, what's your totals though?
My total
29.
Okay, that is
35.
35. All right. Well, whispered in children's tales, folk stories amongst the Vistani, Mezelak was the first vampire. Mesolak was the first experiment by Forsooth to create free labor. But Forsooth didn't understand that Mesolak endured and his intelligence allowed him to escape. Unfortunately, the only thing that could keep Mesolak alive was the fresh blood of living beings. But luckily, there was something in Mesolak's blood which caused him to gain allies. And that is where the vampire race came from. That's as much as you know. And whether it's true or not, you can't be 100% certain. So we, with your acceptance
That's what
of the terms, we are going to travel and meet the zombie lord in between our two kingdoms. And purely out of contempt and for a show of strength, you all will accompany me, and you will provide protection for me. And then if those negotiations go well, we will attack Forsooth. And we will either win or we will lose. And you, Kelf, will get your crown back for your god. And
Very good.
And Volmir, this piece of filth will be turned over to you to do with as you see fit. And as for the rest of you, think about what you want. And if it is within my power, I will give it to you. Are these terms acceptable? Who speaks for the Savage Six?
I take it one step forward. They are.
Return to the town before it gets dark. I will have my coachman take you back. Don't go out at night. If you do, my wolves will eat you. Anything else you wish to do in that town, you may. And he stands up and he puts his hands out and he says, "Now, go!" And it like echoes. And as it goes out, a darkness comes out and those bats suddenly appear out of nowhere and you are like, "Yeah!" And when the bats are gone, those braziers are back and you're all alone in this giant hall. And the door opens at the back and the guy's there and he's like, "Time to go!"
He's an impressive, powerful individual indeed.
Basula is still
He will be a powerful ally.
helpless.
Yeah.
Yes?
I look at him and I point to where I thought I seen that statue of Zero. And
Okay.
I go, is that your brother over there?
I look.
When you look. I mean, roll perception.
It came back.
You got a 1?
It came back.
You got a 30?
Yeah.
Okay. You are sure that it's not.
I look at you. Nope. Very no way. Positive.
All right. So what do you guys do?
I start walking.
Get in the carriage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Follow 'em.
Volmir, what are you doing? Can't hear you.
Can you guys help me with him?
Yes.
So who helps you?
I can try.
I look at Garrett.
I go to
Help
her
him
aid
do
and
it.
help him stand up. Is he
Needs that.
able to stand at all, or is he unconscious?
He's like if a guy's been in an MMA fight, they have a hard
Uh-huh.
time walking. So imagine that this guy's been in an MMA fight with chains around these weird limbs that aren't there anymore for 1,000 years.
I
So
do my
yeah,
best to.
he needs help.
Can I make an herbalism check and see if I can maybe buy them a little bit of a smelling salt or a pungent moss?
I mean, you can do whatever you want. What are you doing?
I walk up.
Okay, Waldor approaches. What are you guys doing while they're up there near the front? Are you still leaving?
I'm walking. I will not help you.
I follow the leader.
Okay, so those two leave. You three stay. So, the only thing I can say is you all are not harassed on the way
Carry
out.
him.
The guy's like,
After the stuff he's done to us, I will not.
He's helped and hurt, but
all right, we'll come back to you guys.
Yep.
So hold that thought.
So
So back up there. So they're in like the head table, and so it's like raised, and you're off to the right. So it's still up. I mean, I'm just kind of setting the scene, and there's like a couple doors back in the corners that go off somewhere, and the tapestries and the statues. And as you kind of look around, you see there's a statue there, and it's kind of weird because the statue that's there, it kind of looks a little bit like you.
I stop and I look at it closer.
Roll me an observation.
.22.
22? Okay. Could be you, but like the beard's not right. It looks like if you were taken to like if you were like taken to a hair salon and like hair was cut and beard was
I
all
look well
trimmed
kept.
up. Yeah,
Okay.
it's like fancy Waldor. So
That's
like,
what
wow,
I could
that's
look like.
that's
That's
fucking
what I
weird.
could look like.
Okay,
Yeah,
meanwhile,
actually, no.
so
Okay.
you just happen to notice that, and you guys are all up there. So, Kelf, you were rummaging around in your sack, thinking about getting some kind of herbs to like do a smelling salt kind of thing.
To see if I can revive him a little bit, to maybe he can speak.
All right, roll your herbalism. Roll your healing, and then the herbalism gets a bonus to it or something.
Well, you can
Okay.
wait until we get in the carriage.
I rolled a 12
Okay.
for
So
the healing,
don't you get a +1 for that for having herbalism?
because I've got the healer's kit.
But I think it was some bonus.
All right, so you rolled a 12, and then what's your healing number?
13.
So a total of 25?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't realize I was adding that. Okay.
Yes. So you kind of do this, you're starting to rummage around and you're starting to put together a thing that you're going to try, and you find this stink bug, and you're like going to smash it into this like pea, and that's going to make it kind of a pasty thing. Meanwhile, what are you
Mhm.
doing? Anything?
So I go back over there and I'm like, I wonder if this is even going to work in such a place. But I grab my holy symbol and I'm like, may the forces of light bring down thy healing power upon this person.
Okay,
And I touch
so
into him.
you guys see Waldor starting to cast a spell? You just watch him?
Yeah.
Okay.
I already tried getting them back to the carriage.
Well, you can certainly drag him if you want. Or tell me how you get him back to the carriage.
Does he
When
have
the round's over, I'll help pick him up.
Does he have to be still while Waldor's
7.
doing this?
Who are you asking?
The DM.
You asked me if Basula has to be still while Waldor is casting a spell?
Or can I drag him while he does it, and he still heals while
Well,
I'm dragging him?
you don't know, I guess. I can't tell you that. You'll have to ask a character. Or just do it.
No, I'll just start dragging him.
Okay. So Waldor starts casting a spell. And what was it?
7. Oh, cure light wounds.
Cure light wounds? Okay. So you cast a spell and you feel that familiar warmth start to come down your hand and it goes into Basula. And when you do that, suddenly a wind violently whips up. And the statue that looks like you, it suddenly attacks. And you're all surprised because you were told not to use your magic in this place, and you did it anyway. So it's automatic surprise. So this little thing hops down and attacks you. So, let's see, that would be armor class of 4. All right. So this little stone creature strikes you. You take 7 points of damage, and that's the wrong dice, and no chance of knockdown. And now suddenly Kelf and Volmir, as Kelf is finishing up his turn and starting to put the smelling salts underneath the nose, you hear a sound, like a heavy sound, and as you turn, you see this statue of somebody about the size of Waldor punching him right in the side of the neck, and he's like, "Ah!" And now it's actions. And I don't really need to draw it out. I can, but there's like a pillar there and so attacking, okay? Kelf?
Yes. Attacking.
Defending.
Parry?
Yeah, parry.
All right. Roll initiative. Waldorf? Speed at 2.
5.
All right. It goes first. So, the statue looks at all of you real quick and then looks at you and goes and breathes out this weird, dark, shadowy magic. Save versus spells.
Yeesh.
That is a negative.
A failure?
Yeah.
All right. So, this weird, shadowy thing, vaguely reminiscent of what Strahd just did, comes out and envelops you. And as you start to fight it, it kind of does this weird thing and it kind of like whips you around. And when you do, you hear the snapping of bones and you're like, "Ah!" and either your joints are popping or something's breaking. And you take, unfortunately, because you failed your save, 16 points of damage. All right, so that was on very fast. The loser's side of very fast. He's like trying to get out of the way, but there's this black stuff that's kind of on him, and it's still on him, so it's probably going to do more damage to him next round. Kelf, you're up.
I will move forward and strike the statue.
All right, Go for it. Roll. Roll your attacks.
That hits a -7.
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
7 points.
All right. And your offhand?
-10.
That's a hit.
7 points.
Okay. You notice that when you punch into it, this thing's hard. It's made of stone. So not only is it
Okay.
hard, but you realize that where you could break things using your fist, this thing seems like it's going to be harder to break than what you would think it would be.
Very stout.
Yes. Okay, Volmir, you're up.
Nat 20.
Roll again.
Okay, so that is -1.
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus and add 1.
Is it medium?
It is? Well, it's small technically.
It's 6.
6 total?
Yes.
All right, offhand?
-13.
Well, that's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
That's 9 points.
All right. Same thing that you notice is the stone. Not only is it hard, but it's you're not doing as much damage as you think you would whenever you hit stone. So this thing is either tough or it's resistant or something. Okay. And then Kelf, don't you have a second attack with your main hand?
I do. Yes, I do. Hits a -7.
That's a hit.
That is 8 points of damage.
Okay, and Volmir, don't you have a second attack with your main weapon?
Are you using swords? Or like a sword and a dagger? Or?
And swords.
She has 2 short swords.
Is -10.
That's a hit. Okay, you guys hadn't made it all the way out yet when you hear the fight break out. You can do whatever you want to do after that. How much
7.
damage? How many?
7.
7, okay. All right, this thing's looking kind of hurt now. There's a few chips in it, but it's still pretty awful. All right, so actions from you guys. Anything?
I don't get to do
I look
anything.
back.
You were
I
parrying.
look over at Garrett and I'm just like, you know, I don't know why.
Let's go.
Really?
Yes,
Action? That's enough talking if you're going to do
heading
something.
back.
Okay, so you're going to move. Are you going to charge? Because you could reach it if you charge and then you get 1 attack, or you can run all the way up there and then be
I'll
ready.
charge.
Okay. What about you?
Move.
Okay.
Just move.
All right. Roll initiative, Waldor. Oh wait, I need rather actions. Kelf,
Attacking.
Volmir,
Attack.
Waldor.
Trying to withdraw.
Okay. Roll initiative, Waldor. B to 3.
1.
All right, your side is sped up. So, Volmir or Waldor. So a bunch of people are going on very fast, so you guys can decide who wants to go first. It would be basically Kelf or Volmir or Waldor. Who wants to go first?
You guys can go first.
Waldor, go first.
All right, so
So you're going to
I try to withdraw behind them.
Okay, so you remember how I described this?
Yeah.
Thing's all around you. So when you try to move, make an opposed strength check, please. Beat a 23.
Oh, I had my strength?
Yeah.
Okay, 25. So
All right.
actually somehow beat that.
All right. So yes, you move, but the thing stays on you. So I'm not sure where you want to go.
Just behind Volmir.
Okay. All right. Now it's Volmir and Kelf's turn. So Kelf, you would have to move and
Volmir.
attack, but Volmir's kind of right there. So do you turn and attack it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Never mind. Go ahead, Volmir.
It is -9.
Hits.
7 points.
Offhand.
1.
Natural 1.
No.
Armor class 1.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, your second one missed. So you bring your sword down and you chop it on the leg and a piece chips off, and then your offhand, somehow it manages to kind of like lift its arm up and it goes right underneath it. All right, Kelp, you're up.
Hit an armor class of 4.
Okay, that's a miss. Offhand.
Very negative of 10.
That's a hit. Roll dinkus.
7 points.
All right, your first one, you swing your hand, your fingers just kind of lightly graze its shoulder and you're like, ah. But then your second one, you say, chop, and you chop it in the neck and your little piece goes, and it's starting to look kind of hurt. All right, its turn. Okay, so on you, you take 9 points of evil dark vampire magic, and then it's going to, it'll punch Kelf because you're weird looking, and it hits an armor class of 10. That's a miss. All right.
That's a miss.
So you guys charge up there, and you were sped up. So basically all of you can surround this thing and attack. So just Volmir go, then we'll go Kelf, and then Garrett, and then I.
I walk.
Oh, okay.
I'm just moving.
Okay.
Not-
Then go Volmir. Offhand.
Got it. It is -11.
That's a hit. Roll dinkus.
9 points.
Ooh. All right. You bite into it once again. You slash it across its backside, and it doesn't actually show pain, but there's a crack that goes up its butt. And you're like, oh. Okay. And Kel.
Hit an armor class 4.
All right. You strike it, but you can tell you didn't do any damage. It was able to deflect part of the blow. Okay.
Offhand.
No, that was your second attack. Your second main attack of the round.
Okay.
All right. So you charge up there, and now you stab, or do you kick it in the head? What do you do?
Stab.
Okay.
Natural 18, that's going to be an armor class of -16.
That's a hit. Roll dinkus.
Small, medium. 12 points.
Ooh. All right. It's starting to lose. It's got like a chunk out of its stomach, and there's just more stone in there, so it's not like it's bleeding or anything. All right. And now, how close do you want to get?
I am making no haste to get to there, so I'm just going to walk my normal movement rate.
How close do you want to get?
I walk to Basula and get to him.
Okay. All right. That is the end of the round. Next round. Actions. You.
Attack.
Kelf.
Attack.
Volmir. I'm assuming attack. Waldor.
I'm gonna use the bow on myself.
Ein.
Walking to Basula.
Well, you're there.
Okay, power.
Okay. Roll initiative, Waldor. Beat on 8. Uh-oh. We knew it was coming. Where is it?
I'm just glad you don't have to throw it at the TV.
Where is it?
It's over here.
Simultaneous smoking!
Tom's favorite thing. So
You know what's great about that? Nothing. No. Okay. So, Waldor rolled a 20, and I will roll a 20.
I got 1.
I got a 3, so it still happens to my side. Roll another 20.
7.
7? What is that?
I know what it's not.
Right? That's all I care about.
All right, 7 on simultaneous monkey. Ooh, okay. Okay, so as the fight is going on, Garrett goes in and he takes the spear and he jams it under the arm of this fucking poisonous vampire created statue. Volmir then takes her sword and she crosses it with the spear, and you guys like both do this weird jerky motion and its arm falls off. All right.
That was good. That was beneficial.
All right. So we go to very fast. Anyone?
Yep.
Yes.
My power goes off.
Attacking.
Ein, you're up.
Distance to the drawbridge. Is it within 100 yards?
No.
Within 1,000
Yes.
yards. I grab a hold of Basula as firmly as I
No,
can.
it's within 100 yards.
All
I'm
right.
thinking of a football field. Yes.
I'm 100 yards is that's a football field. I grab a hold of Basula, and I would like to activate a power called Teleport.
Okay.
I rolled a 15, which is exactly what I needed. So that reduced my cost by 20%. So 40 times 0.2. I know what it'll be, but it works.
Okay.
And there's a pop, and I and Basula am out at the castle gate.
Where
Next to the
where
carriage.
exactly?
I'm basically right in the middle of the drawbridge, right now, pretty much where we got dropped off by the.
Oh, fucking fuck.
Let me guess. It's not down, is it?
God damn.
It's not down, is it?
I'm just gonna read it. Can't make this shit up.
It's not down, is it?
Can't do it.
It's not.
Here he comes, Bob the Butcher. Oh, no. Gotta fuck it up.
I can choose anywhere I want, and I choose.
Here we go.
And the good news is if you have a long way down, so you can maybe teleport again.
If you don't shoot your pants first.
Actually, I can just phase and not care about it, and we'll just drop them, technically speaking.
I just want to find the exact part because.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me see.
Shit.
Had to pick the drawbridge.
Yes, I did actually. But you should be asking yourself is whether I did this on purpose or not.
Okay, here it is. Later, after the party enters the castle, the drawbridge is raised and the portcullis lowered. So, you do exactly what you say.
Yes, I did.
And
How long is the drop? Is it long enough for me to...
He was wondering how far down that was.
I guess we'll find out.
Alright.
All right, who's next? Fast.
Me?
Okay, so this creature here is small, so it goes on very fast. I already forgot what you were doing.
I'm using the bow.
Okay, and that's average, I think. Yes. Okay, so you're back there though. So it's gonna punch Volmir this time. Oh wait, first thing you do is you take that damage from the vampire smoke monster. You take 23 points of damage. Ouch! This time the darkness starts to go in your mouth and you're like trying to grab the bow and it's fighting you on it and you're like, you got the bow.
23.
You're having a hard time, yeah. Are you down?
Yeah.
Okay, and you fall as the blackness damages you, and you guys hear the clattering of as he was just reaching in, and the bow's like half out, and down he goes. All right, we now go to the creature punching Volmir, and that is an armor class of 1.
Is it using its primary? No, because one of them got cut off.
Well, it's only got. Is that a hit? Okay. You take 7 points of damage from this little. He punches you, and like right at the last second, he was gonna punch you in the stomach, and you just barely turn, and it punches you in your hip, and like there's a pop, and you're like, ow! Okay, and then we go to you guys. So any of you 3 gets to go.
When do y'all go ahead?
Go ahead, Volmir.
Go, Volmir.
Is -11.
That's a hit. Roll Dingus. With that little black marker.
9 points.
Oh, there it is. 9.
Yes.
Offhand.
That is -4.
That's a hit. You got hit armor class 0, basically. So.
Okay. That's 7 points.
It's looking. It's even chopped up even more. Now one of its legs, like its knee, is like got its leg. He's got the gummy leg where every time it moves, he's like. But it's still up. All right, Kelp, you're up. Oh, he throws up.
17, yeah.
Nope, I don't know. You froze up. Hold on.
8 points of damage.
Okay. Offhand.
Offhand. 6 points of damage.
Okay, how do you want to do that?
I will blow the knee that pointed out, and as I watch it knock sideways, I use my second blow to knock.
This would be amazing if it wasn't.
That's all right. All right, Daryl. Well, you did whatever you said, but we couldn't hear it, so you destroy it, and that's good enough.
But damn, it was
Good
nice.
But damn, it was nice. All right. So that thing is laying there now in a bunch of broken parts. And you know what's great about it is you notice the Waldor is there, and now that you see like that black stuff kind of like dissipating, like just
Yes.
kind of going up, and then he's laying there. I don't know what your current hit point total is.
I have 48 hit points. I was at 55.
I go to
-7. So you okay? So he's hurting pretty bad. At the end of the round, you lose another hit point.
And the best healer is not even there.
Okay.
Best healer is
So
screaming
now,
funding to his doom.
what would you guys like to do? We'll start with Garrett.
I'm picking Waldar up and I'm getting him out of the building.
Yes.
Okay, Kelf, any or Volmir, anything from you guys?
Withdraw.
I need to bind his wounds, and I follow Garrett.
Okay. And what about you? Oh, okay. Totally forgot. Okay, so the fucking ultimate Sloogie Jones. Thank you, Silver Anniversary Ravenloft, for this wonderful cereal snack break. So, you are,
Plummeting.
I mean, obviously it's not instantaneous, but you went kind of straight out, and then you go, and kind of immediately you're just doing this, and you start to fall,
Yep.
and so does Basula.
Yep.
You hold the sewer?
But I
So-
still have a hold of him.
I'll tell you what, if you're not surprised, you will, so roll a d10.
Roll a d10. And I'm looking for a 10, correct?
Well, what's your reaction adjustment on your dexterity?
1.
So you're looking for a 3 or higher.
Oh. I rolled a 10.
Okay, so yes, you managed to just for a brief second, you're like, oh, and you have him. So, what would you like to do before you plummet to your death?
I would like to use the power teleport.
Okay, and where are you going to teleport to? What's your target?
So, my target is on the... So you said the carriage, when it pulled up and was outside.
Yeah.
And
Because remember
we
you guys
crossed-
walked
yeah.
across the...
So basically my target's right next to where the carriage parked.
Just on solid ground.
On solid ground
Across
across-
the moat
yes.
or the valley or whatever it's called.
Yes.
Okay.
Within 100 yards?
Well, let's see. We'll roll initiative. And we'll see how far you fall. Well, beat a 10. I rolled as bad as I could roll. Did you roll a 10?
Maybe.
Uh-oh! Simultaneous sloogie while falling!
It's right here.
You can't make it up! All right, roll a d20. Beat a 8.
7.
All right, so it happens to the environment. Roll another d20.
13.
Oh, okay.
Good Ahu or bad Ahu?
Snowstorm.
Okay.
Right.
No, this is actually bad for you
Yeah.
because the environment gets a +4 bonus, which means you are at a -4 bonus to do whatever it is you're doing. And you said that
You
you're trying
slam
to use
into the
power.
rocks.
Yeah.
So you start to fall just a little, same time,
Mhm.
and then you go, okay, roll.
So, is it within 100 yards or within 10 yards?
It's within 100 yards.
Within 10?
10 yards? Well, you said you went to the middle of the drawbridge. 10 yards is 30 feet. And I'm sure this doesn't say how long the drawbridge is, I wouldn't think. Let's see.
Only about 6-7 feet.
Yeah, so I'm not feeling like
Word has he has
we
a little
need
moat.
to super screw you.
Yeah, I'm already in.
So we'll say it's within 30 feet.
Okay. So I literally have a 50-50 chance right now. I need to roll 11 or lower.
Okay.
Because I'm at a -4, but I get a +1, so yeah. I literally need to roll 11 or better. Or lower.
And you roll a natural 20, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh
No additional effects.
no! Okay, but yeah.
But I don't get it off.
Wait,
All
wait.
right.
You have your coin, don't you?
Yeah, but the question is, I'm gonna die, or I might use him to cushion my fall. That's the question. I don't want to use that.
Well, you need to decide right now because we're in the middle of something. So,
Yeah, I guess I'll use the one that you gave us when you made the mistake.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then re-roll it.
All right. 1. That's the best I can do.
All right. So the power of the 37 token reverses ultimate straightness and causes his teleport to go off successfully. And you say, zoop! Now here's the problem though. You start to fall, and then when you get up there, there's still some momentum.
I'm okay with that.
So both of you are going to take a d6 of damage.
Alright.
So, you take 4. And so does Priscilla.
Alright.
And you healed him for 7.
Yeah.
So, he's like, doo-doo! Ah!
Does he actually make that noise?
Yeah. Alright, so that just happened.
Let me know
So,
when it gets to my turn.
Meanwhile, you guys are moving as quick as you can, I assume, out of the castle. And you were just here, so you're moving back the other way. You come down and you see the portcullis is open.
I thought it was closed.
Well, they were told to leave, but
By the time you walk out,
you have to be there for the gate to go down, for the drawbridge to go down. So
I was
you get
not
there,
and then I was.
and when you approach the portcullis, it starts to go up on its own. So when you get, and then you look across and you see him and Basula, and they're both kind of laying on the ground. Basula once again is face down. And then you see the drawbridge start to go down. And you're waiting and you're waiting. And I would like Kelf to roll a d12.
D20?
D12.
12.
Okay. So you
Yeah, what the dog said.
you get across, you wait for the drawbridge, nothing comes and gets you because Kelf doesn't know how to roll. And then you see Ein and him on the other side. And you have Waldor, you're carrying Waldor. Waldor, you have lost another hit point in the meantime.
Put him down.
And then you put him down. And then what do you do, Kelf?
I kneel next to him and I begin to pray. I raise my hands to the sky. Almighty Cahulan, benevolent and wise, bring the powers of Dying Kek and channel through me to allow my companion to rise again. And I run my hands across his chest and down and out across his body as I cast the heal spell, the 6th level version.
Nice.
And I lay my hands on him, and the very potent heal spell enables the priest to wipe away disease and injury in the creature that receives the benefit of the spell. It completely cures all diseases, blindness, deafness, and the recipient of the recipient, and heals all points of damage suffered due to wounds or injury. It dispels the feeble mind spell, and it cures those mental disorders caused by spell or injury to the brain.
All right. So, because of the wording of the spell, there is no roll needed. However, the casting of the spell is quite great. And then...
It takes a full round to cast, so I pray and I chant.
Waldor, you lose 1 more point. Where you at? What's your total right now? I thought it was minus 9 or 10.
Yeah, it's one
So
more
I'm at 58 minus, so that's a negative 10.
And what is your constitution?
13.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Thought it might have been lower than that. Okay, so after
Nick of time.
you cast it, it takes a full minute. You're like, Huba Shamaninga, stick your finger in his hair. And then at the end of the round,
I rub his tummy and pat his head.
roll your system shot.
I need above or below it.
No. Below.
I rolled 95.
And what is your percentage?
85.
Okay, so your spell does exactly what you said it does. He is at full hit points. However,
Cthulhu be praised.
because
He's revived the
he
dead.
was at minus and he did not make his system shock roll, he is still helpless for 24 hours. So
Aye, aye, aye.
he will need assistance just like Basula. But he is awake and he's like, oh fuck, I just got run over by a steam shovel. But in this
You
case,
will live, my friend. You
So-
will live.
I love seeing you jumping into the front line.
you can talk, but you're weak and helpless, so you can't walk by yourself.
Can we put a leash on
Hey.
it and drag him?
Hey, Kel,
Into
take this bow and say empathy and shoot me with it.
Into the carriage. Let's go.
And once we're in the carriage, I will see if I can help Vasula in any way. I'll try to see what he needs.
Do you say this out
Okay.
loud? Are you
This-
starting to like look over him and whatnot?
This bow might help both of us.
Okay, so the bodies of the people that need help are moved into the carriage, along with everyone's things that you have. The carriage takes off, the guy's like, yeah, and you start heading back along the winding road and you feel yourself starting to go downhill. Kelf, you need to roll a healing check, please.
16.
Total?
Yes.
Okay,
I rolled very low.
upon checking this person out, the role was not for you to determine if he was hurt. It was to determine if you could do anything aside from casting a spell specifically, or determine if he had any specific injuries. So
Right.
you know that he's hurt, but you didn't find anything specific. And you also know that, he probably was tortured or beaten on, or maybe he was used as, what do you call it,
Cushion.
a fucking cow's teat, and they sucked on him, for all those years because of, this guy had fucking 6 arms and he was huge when he was all chained up, so who knows what kind of biology or living creature this was. There's more to that story, but you would have to talk to these characters to figure that out.
I will turn to Volmir and ask you, is it okay if I use Cthulhu's blessings to bring life
No.
back into him?
Kel,
Just
use this bow.
No,
I have
that is
seen
your
this
bow.
bring I'm here back to life.
Kelf, just take a step back and let me do my magic, will you?
I will.
Pop, I would
Yes.
like to use the power.
do you know how much power you have right now?
98.
Because you teleported a couple times.
Twice with 2 people, one at the second smallest digit, which is 20, so it's 40.
You're keeping track.
Yes,
All right.
I'm at 98.
Okay.
I have 180. That's why I started
That's
this
fine,
out.
just as long as you're keeping track.
Yep.
Okay.
So I put my hands on Basula, and I put them towards.
As you're going down in the carriage and you hear
Yeah.
the horse.
Yeah, I
And
know.
eventually it's like the sound of the hooves goes away and it goes from like a hard to like a soft. It's more of a thud in the muddy road. And so it's a little like sometimes you're doing this. It's kind of unnerving, but whatever.
And I begin to picture what it was, that energy, that rush of energy that I get whenever my brother would heal me. And I begin to formulate it, picture it in my mind, and I imagine myself giving it to Basula. And I would like to use the Lend Health devotion.
Okay.
And I would also like to use my non-weapon proficiency of power manipulation with it.
And I think I know how that works, but could you please say what that is again?
Power manipulation gives the user with a successful proficiency check the ability to activate his power score no matter what the roll is, as long as they are both successful.
Okay.
So I have to make a successful power
So
check.
as long as you make your proficiency check
And
your
it's-
activation roll, if it's successful, it automatically becomes
Yeah.
a power score.
At the cost of another 5 PSPs.
Okay. Well, all right. So you concentrate. You role played that out. So please, first of all, make your
And health, or whichever one.
make your proficiency roll first.
Okay. So proficiency is that guy. Total of 22.
Just needs to be 21. Okay, so that's successful. And now make your lend health roll at advantage.
At advantage.
Well, I mean, you don't. Yeah, you still need it because you might
Yeah.
not be successful.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
I have a really good roll. That was not a good roll.
Uh-oh.
That's a good roll.
Okay. So since it's successful, it automatically turns into a power score.
Yes.
And what does that get you?
For lend health, every point drained from the user gets 2 to the beneficiary. And all in one motion, I give away 40 of my hit points, giving him 80.
And how much power does it cost?
4 PSPs. There is no maintenance. It's not applicable. It's just initial cost.
okay.
+5.
Wow.
No.
Right. No. You
Oh yeah,
plus an
4
extra
PSPs
All right.
plus my 5 for
Okay.
my
Okay.
non-weapon
Awesome.
proficiency.
So as
Thank
you
you.
described, that just happened.
So basically, what
and
you see.
Basula needs to roll, and Volmir, I'll let you roll for Basula. Roll percentile.
I'm a healing god. Now just go heal myself. Which take an hour.
So as you see the transfer, it's very, very hard to see, but these tiny little electrical kind of are going off his fingertips, and Basula, almost like his color changes a little bit, and some of the bruises and like the fresh one on his cheek where he hit the ground, which who knows where that came from. It could have come from inside, but you guys didn't see the fuck up outside, so you don't know. You see it kind of go away, but then you also see him kind of start to, like, he kind of, just a very tiny subtle change, just ever so slightly, but you can tell he did something, and he maybe his eyes, he got little black little bags under his eyes, and he got a little bit thinner in the face, but other than that, everything's fine. And then you roll percentile yet?
72.
Okay, so then Basula, with that, he is under Cobb's house rules to be back at normal functioning. So he opens his eyes and he looks around, and then he
sees me over him, and I'm like,
he looks at Volmir, and he reaches up and he grabs you, and he's like, "You came back for me." And he starts to cry a little bit, and it's like, meanwhile the horse is clopping through, and it's dark outside, and the lantern light's kind of creating a shade, and he just he does this low muffled sobbing, not unlike the woman that was sobbing in the town. And he just holds you tight and tries to never let go.
I'm holding him.
And then
Never pulls stupid shit like that. I'll kill him myself.
so I'm over at that.
the anything else on the carriage ride back from anyone?
Yeah, I look over at Kelf and I say, that is the power of my mind.
Impressive healing.
And it's not even the most.
Did you see that guy I brought back from the dead? That was cool.
Yeah, I'll do it sometime too. Just wait. yeah.
All right, both you boys.
Blessed indeed to have such skilled healers in our crew.
He's like, oh yeah?
Hey, Cal, question. How many times can you do that in a day?
Only Kahulin can decide that.
Well, I can do mine, I don't know, 6, 7 times a day, minimum.
what was that Strahd called you? The show-off.
Yep, exactly. Welcome to my world.
Interesting.
My brother was a lot better than I was.
It is impressive.
Now, if you excuse me, wait, never mind. We're at a new end.
I'm gonna yell out to the driver to take us to an inn.
Okay, go ahead.
Open up the window and yell out to him.
Hey, take us to an inn.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't seem to either hear it or want to respond. You're not sure. But you continue on. And anything else before you get back to town? Nothing? Okay. So you pull back into town, and the driver says, there really isn't an inn anymore, but you have your choice of a couple places that are safer than others. You can go appeal to the burgomaster. You can go to the temple. And really, that's about it. Or you can pick one of the empty buildings if you want to pay nothing at all, but obviously that could be an issue because it's not only the wolves that roam at night.
Really? What else roams at night?
As long as we have a roof over our head, I'm okay.
Roll me a charisma check. Let's see if he answers.
26.
Okay. He says, occasionally there is a creature from the graveyard that rises, and will eat your flesh, and if it touches you, it can cause you to be unable to move. It has almost a poison, but it's not. It's the power of death paralyzes you.
I don't think I can cure
There's
that.
also
Maybe one of them.
occasionally, but more rare, spirits of souls that tried to escape the lands and didn't make it, who have no place to rest. And last but not least, there was one of Strahd's thralls. Do you remember, was the female present in court a very attractive female?
Yes.
There was one more of those. But she apparently did not, the power of Strahd did not take. And now she roams the woods and sometimes the town. And you must avoid her at all costs because she is powerful. Almost everything avoids her. She is called the Maiden because none remember her in her former life. You holy people, though, in case you weren't already aware, most of these creatures can be driven off by the power of your faith. But you may be tested by more, or you may be tested more by some than others. And sometimes your faith is found wanting. But do as you will. Where would you like to go?
I think truthfully, the temple is our best option. I know you don't like it, and as much as I'm a critic, I still believe in the gods and that they can do great things.
Okay.
Where's the temple? Wait.
I agree with the temple.
Isn't that the one up on the hill?
Fuck, who knows? I'll find out where the temple is.
The temple
You
should
go,
be the
you
bottom.
go to the temple, wherever it is. I'll figure that
temple
shit
was
out
the one up on
because
the
for
hill.
some reason, like I think this map doesn't match up with
Pretty sure
this,
that
but
was
I don't know where the
the
map to
place.
this is
The
because
temple's at the very
it
far
wasn't in the
south.
download. So it does. It's you get there and there. Yeah. So like I don't know, but anyway, you get there. I could read it. I could read you the description of the temple though at least.
What is the temple? Which is its number?
I
E5,
don't know.
E6?
I don't
I'm pretty sure it's the one
fucking
very far
know,
south.
man. Okay, temple. Atop a slight rise against the very roots of the castle pillar stone. So it's whatever building would be closest to the Ravenloft castle.
That's
And that
where
would be
we're
the
walking up
one.
to.
That
That's
would be
the
the
one we were walking
one
up
to
to.
the furthest west.
That's the one we were walking
Stands a
to.
gray, sagging edifice of stone and wood. This temple has weathered the assaults of evil for centuries and is worn and weary. The bell tower leans to one side, its sweet tone, long silence. Flickering light shines through holes in the roof. Then it says a map of the temple is found on the poster, and that fucking poster wasn't included in the download.
So I'm guessing that's
So anyway,
where the graveyard's at, right?
And
Most
that's
likely.
for 5th edition?
no, the second.
Yeah, it's
Second? Hey, I
The
might
map,
have,
a map I think is for.
I might have the original Ravenloft.
Well, that would be different. Okay, but like as I said, it's in reality, it's not as important as what you do versus where it is. That's what's nice about D&D. I can fucking say, oh wait, it was already over there. Who gives a fuck? You already left. Okay. So, what do you do when you are deposited outside of the temple? Go ahead and, okay. As you knock, the building's interior is in shambles. The door just kind of goes open.
I guess we're walking in.
With overturned and broken benches littering the dusty floor. At a claw-scarred altar toward the far end stands what appears to be a priest. He looks up and he squints his eyes, and then he looks down and looks up again and says, "Come in! Come in, one and all! Quick, close the door!" And just then you hear the carriage go away, leaving you all here whether you like it or not. He says, "I am Donovan, and this is my temple. I have spent this night, like every night, warding off evil from here. Only these prayers have kept this place a place of sanctity and Barovia. Please come in."
We see
Greetings,
you.
Donovan. I am Master Kelf. We seek refuge for the evening.
"I welcome you. I welcome any travelers." And then he kind of looks at you all and he's like, "And boy, oh boy, this will be a nice distraction." He says, "I will offer you what I have, shelter, wine, and whatever food I can find. All I would ask in return is that you don't leave the place any worse than when you left it. And please tell me all about whatever all this is."
Well,
Does that sound agreeable?
I hand out a coin, a golden coin, and I say, "Here, this is to replenish anything that we use."
Oh, thank you. I very much appreciate it, Mr.
Ein.
Ein. Well met. And who are the rest of your companions?
You've met Master Kelf.
Oh my.
That is the leader of our group, Garrett.
He kind of looks at you, and then he
Notices the spirit.
apparently does not, because then just keeps on going. And
The fairest, Volmir.
wow, look at you. Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
The father, Basula.
Ah, Mr. Basula. Well met, sir.
And Waldor.
And then he again rolls.
I'm sorry, I have to.
Fair enough. And then he's like, and Master Waldor, you are welcome here.
Master Wall.
Why don't you, what he said?
Priestly Waldor.
Oh,
Man of faith.
are you a holy man? Well, all faiths are welcome here, so long as they do not follow the forces of evil, or that no good rotten son of a bitch, Count Strahd. It's his minions that have plagued our village and these lands for years and centuries, and I am but one in the long line of people who have tried to make things safe.
He spoke of a staircase that he has desecrated to draw its power from. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
I've never been to the castle,
I just thought maybe you'd heard of legends or something.
and there have been very few that have ever been there and returned, and there are none alive that I know of.
You may not want to hear our story.
Well, either way, I'm going to provide you with everything I can, because that is my duty as
So who do
a
you-
helper of the weak.
Who do you
So,
call forth your power from?
oh, let's see if this says.
This isn't pursuit,
Better not be, or else he's dead. Better not, this is a dead priest.
Doesn't really say, so I am going to say I pray to any power that would choose to help us. I'm not picky at this point. So he goes. He says, "Make yourselves comfortable if you can." He kind of points out an area with.
Have you ever heard of Forsooth?
So far, he's rolled bad. He's like, "Forsooth." Ah. Thought I heard that in a child's nursery rhyme before, but other than that, no. So he leaves, and you guys can try to make yourselves comfortable. There's
Go to a place where it's warm and light, you say. Nah, let's go to the flipping church.
This is warm and light. You think the Burgermeisters would be any better?
Yeah.
I don't. This whole place is a fucking ruins.
Gotta figure out how to barricade the door.
I'm gonna look like I'm sunbathing, but I'm not sunbathing. I'll be back.
Night, isn't it?
Huh?
Is it night out?
Yeah.
yes, it is.
I'm gonna sit and I look to a wall that looks decently intact. There. Don't hit me. Literally can do anything else. Do not hit me. If everything goes right, see you in an hour. I walk over and to a spot and I sit down, cross my legs, and activate a power.
Okay. Meanwhile, what's everyone else doing?
And Master Kel, would you
Yes.
mind to take my bedroll out and throw it on the ground so I can be laid out on it for the night, please?
Yes, I'll get him set up and help him lie down.
Okay, that's pretty good. Anything else from anybody? Balmir? Anything?
I just put down or lay down next to Priscilla.
Okay, he's, do you have anything to make yourselves more comfortable?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And Kelp, after you get Waldorf situated, what do? Do you do the same?
I will go to a place, if I can find a tabletop, something that's not destroyed,
Right?
and I begin to pray to Cahulan to provide sustenance so that my companions and I can nourish our bodies and feel the healing wealth of his divinity. And I cast create food and water.
Okay.
And a bland but plentiful feast of dried meat and cheese and breads. And I should have looked to see if there were some containers to hold a little bit of water. If there was a brazier or something, maybe I could sit that there and have it filled with
I'll
water.
tell you what, roll a luck roll. Roll a d30. You're doing a level check.
18, 16.
Oh.
18 would have made
Well, roll with advantage because of the way you cast the spell.
20,
All right. And what's your level?
13.
So what's the total?
33.
All right. So there just happens to be a couple buckets sitting there.
Very good. I will place them on the table as I cast the spell to fill with clean, fresh water, and there's ample food. I tell everybody, please help yourselves and get nourishment. And I take some bread and cheese
everyone
and meat.
is starved because you didn't take a break to get here. So everybody's fucking famished. So unless you say you don't eat, you cob out on the jam, and then it makes you sleepy, and there you go. So
I'm doing something else.
I take some to Waldorf so he doesn't, because since he can't get up yet.
yeah, okay. All right. So what are you doing?
So I'm going to use a power, and I'm also going to use a non-weapon proficiency to activate,
Okay.
attempt to activate the power square. What I'm trying to do is complete healing.
Okay.
So complete healing on
I'm kind of familiar with it. It's the deal if you can get your power jam, you get it back in an hour versus
yeah,
whatever the
24.
longer time was.
Yeah,
Okay.
24 hours. Basically, I'm healed of all ailments, wounds, normal disease. Yeah. And when I'm done with it, I'm restored to complete health in every regard except for my 30 PSPs expended to use the power.
All right.
Again, with the...
So before you do this, you hear the lip-smacking sounds of people digging in to this food.
I invite Donovan to eat as well.
And that is also where I have the question of restored to complete health in every regard, and would that mean food or no? Food and water? Because normally this takes 24 hours.
Yeah, you'd be a hungry and thirsty motherfucker when you're done.
Okay, so it does not mean food and water.
It only does what it says.
Okay. Then, yeah, I go eat first.
All right. So you take care of yourself. You eat, you piss, you drink, and now you're like, okay. So everyone eats, everyone's good, and so that happens. Donovan partakes, and then he's like, okay, and he wants to hear the story. First of all, does anyone engage in the story? And second of all, you can either try to tell it, or I'll roll your fast forward, and you can do it that way.
I want to go heal.
So, anybody?
I'm going to
I sit cross-legged on my bedroll and listen as I meditate.
Alright, I guess I'm doing it, and I'll heal myself later.
Okay.
Because we made an agreement, and I'm the one to uphold that agreement. I have to do it.
And do you want to tell it, or do you want me to roll for you to fast forward it?
I shall tell it.
Okay.
In my own fantastic
So,
words.
while he begins munching and talking, Kelf is munching and laying cross-legged and listening. And Volmir, you're over there with Basula, and he's like hasn't eaten in 1,000 years, so he's like nom 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 nom. And he's basically listening because this is all new to him. And Waldor's over there helpless, and Kelv was like, "Oh, here," and he's pretty much already going to sleep. Garrett, what about you? You just eat and then find a place. Do you have anything? Do you carry anything with you that would? Okay. All right. You're up.
So,
Oh, Volmir, was there anything else from you other than just sitting with your man friend?
Just eating.
Okay. Just double checking. Okay. I didn't want to leave you out. All right. Go ahead, Ian.
I ask him, I go, how far back do you want me to go? The farther back, the crazier you'll think I am.
Well, let's start with the most, I guess, obvious thing. How did you get here?
We drink a potion from
Madam Eva.
Madam Eva
He's
and
like,
die.
she's evil.
Yeah, my brother's dead.
He kind of goes,
Yeah, my brother sacrificed himself so that somebody else could live.
well, that's very sweet.
Using
And,
the powers of Madam Eva.
like they combined?
Somewhat. She killed him in order to heal somebody else. With his permission.
She killed him?
With his permission. She made a potion to bring somebody back to
When I
life.
said she was evil, that's not what I meant. That's troubling. Their Vistanis are often come through the town, and
Well,
that's the only way we get any news at all. They've made a deal with the devil on the mountain, and they can come and go. No one else can.
it's basically he gave up his life so that somebody else could be resurrected. Yeah, it's weird and complex.
That's not even a thing.
Apparently it is, with the powers of potions and Madam Eva and the Versailles.
Something is different this time.
Yeah, apparently we're the seventh ones.
He goes, what?
Whatever.
Come here.
So we drank potions, died, and we got here. We made our way to the gates of this place, and upon entering the town, the coach was sent for us. We were brought here because Prime de Clar, which is a lord of a land far south of here outside of the Mists, sent us a message saying that, and I say Vertigons or Count Strahd, wanted us and had basically was wanting an alliance, even though we've killed his friends, and yeah, we've killed two of his friends in the past. But the only way for him to kill Forsooth and to battle against Forsooth is by using us.
Forsooth, the sleeping.
He's a really if you think Count Strahd is bad, yeah, Waldor.
He said something about Forsooth. Who is Forsooth? Another vampire?
Worse.
Worse? The zombie lord?
Worse.
There's nothing worse than a zombie lord.
Yes, there is. It's called Forsooth.
How is it I've never heard of him?
Because he's from outside the Mists, far south.
Why haven't the Vistani mentioned him?
Probably because they hate him. A lot of people dislike him. Well,
What is he?
dislike him.
An evil ruler?
Yeah, for the most part.
Why can't we ever have a good king?
Well, there used to be, but we may have killed him by accident.
What?
This was a long time ago. I told you, the farther back I go, the crazier I sound. Trust
Well-
me. I'm sorry for how crazy this sounds, but it is all the truth. So, we struck a deal with Count Strahd to kill this forsooth and to free these lands, basically. Once when forsooth is dead, the mist should be able to come down.
Wow. So Forsooth is the one that...
Trapped you up here? Yes. He's the one that created the mist to
We
quote
were
unquote.
told Strahd did that. So it's a lie.
Well, why did it?
I knew it.
Why did Strahd say it?
I knew it. Because he's an asshole, that's why.
Well, what for? What reason?
And he's a vampire.
For what reason?
And he's always looking for some woman.
Yeah, that's true. But a lot of men are not of the faith.
Apparently that was a thing. I don't know.
It was
I
a
don't know
long time.
everything.
It was a long time ago. We've traveled through. Yeah. Again, I'm gonna sound crazy. This will sound completely crazy. But we've traveled through time, and in the last time we were here, we killed a god, Annam. We brought Forsooth down from his lair. We killed 2 vampires.
He kind of kicks back and leans up against a box, and he starts munching on something, and he's like,
You're gonna need to dip into more sacramental wine before I'm through.
I guess.
Everything that's wrong and everything that's right in this world, we did. Except for him, and I point over to Kelf. He's new. He just came to us now. He's actually a really good guy. He's a lot better than I will ever be.
You think that's true, Cal?
I'm just a humble servant of Kahula.
Exactly. He's a lot better than I ever will be. Because I will never be that humble. I am what the Count called me, a show-off.
The Count called you a show-off.
Yes.
And what were you doing that would cause Count Strahd to accuse you of being a show-off? He's terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I stand up. Let me go latch the door for you real quick. Power. I am keeping track, and I know what I need to not fall below.
Okay.
I'm planning on using teleport, and I'm going to go to the door. Inside,
Okay.
of course. Within 10 yards?
Yes.
Alright, then I know what I need. I rolled a 7. So that's
gotta be good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And with the expense of 10 PSPs, I hop over to the door and I start walking.
He's doing this.
I'm gone from where he's looking. Hi! And I start walking back.
Holy jumping. Does he do that all the time? Yeah. Wow. Don't tell him I said this, but now I can't even bring myself to say it. Never mind. He just takes another swig.
And if you care to wait, as I get back, as you can see, I'm pretty hurt. This is not how I usually look. I'm actually pretty hurt. If you like to wait around after we're done talking, before I go to bed, I'm going to heal myself.
Well, actually, I gotta go back to my praying to keep this building safe, so I'm gonna finish up this little bit here, and then I guess you guys just go ahead and make yourselves at home. You're welcome to use whatever I have. It's not much, but why not? Then he gets up and kind of straightens himself out and goes back up to the altar and gets down on his... Does it spray it? Yeah. So you guys aren't like anywhere near there.
Yeah.
You're kind of halfway in, and you've kind of created a little space for yourself. So
Sound good?
Works.
I am going to go to sleep.
yes.
I'm gonna go heal myself.
All right. So everybody turns in, but you, and you're going to try to do your thing.
Yeah. Alright, so complete healing, use of my
Roll your proficiency first.
proficiency check. I need to get 11 or better. I rolled an 18.
For
So
a
that's
total of?
28.
There you go. So that's successful.
Now I need to roll a first time use of the spell. Straight constitution check.
Last spell.
First use of this power, a straight constitution check. I rolled a 12. That is plenty fine.
All right. So with your successful proficiency, that 12 becomes an 18 or whatever you
Yeah.
need. And then you're like,
In 1 hour, I completely heal.
okay,
I spend 35 PSPs,
okay.
bringing me down to very, very few. This is a question, during this time, am I rejuvenating? Because I'm not maintaining, and it does say at the end of
I
this
don't think you
period.
can rejuvenate. Well,
So here's the thing, there is no maintenance cost. It's just a one-time thing, and
well, yeah, as long
User-
as you're still, I guess you
yeah,
can.
user places itself in a
It would be
trance.
just like using some other power ones.
Yeah, the trance
So-
is deep. It cannot be broken unless I take damage. It's so deep. At the end of
So
it,
you're in a trance for this power.
yes, I'm in a deep
So
trance.
I don't think you can use another power when you're in a trance.
No, I'm just saying naturally getting PSPs back is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
And then it's because the reason why I say that is because as he uses his power, repairs himself at the end of the 24 hours or whenever, the user awakens restored completely in every regard except for the 30 PSPs he expended. So that's why I'm asking, am I getting back during this
You
time?
would get 1 hour worth, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
Which is 12. Is it resting or would it be sleeping because of the whole trance thing? That's up to you.
Well, it said awake, so apparently a trance is a sleep-like state.
The trance is deep. It can't be broken unless the scientist loses 5 or more hit points. Like, it just can't
So
be.
yeah, so to me that's like sleeping.
Okay, so 12. Alright. So that brings my total to that. And then I'm ready for bed.
All right,
After being
that seems like a
completely-
good place to stop. You guys did some stuff. So,
Learn some stuff.
before we stop, let's get our trivia questions in there.
Better keep out a couple dice just in case.
All right, so this one's not as invasive as last week, but
What was the last week's?
how old were you
Oh, when you
the
lost.
first time you had sex?
I don't think he probably has.
All right.
He's 100-year-old virgin.
Okay, so along those similar lines, but less, like I said, less invasive, and we'll just start with Garrett. Have you ever been in love?
Yes.
With who?
Greta.
Scratching Greta?
Okay.
Adele. Close.
No, it's probably scratching
Were
Greta.
you really in love with Greta?
Oh, found her fancy.
Well, have you ever been in love? Like,
Well, I'm not sure love's the thing. Lust, yes.
all right, so we'll put that down as probably not. Kelf, have you ever been in love? We know that in your monastic traditions you haven't tasted the pleasures of the flesh, but have you ever been in love, even if from afar?
I have felt a loving feeling for a beautiful elf that I met when I journeyed to the Emerald Kingdom.
Remember her name?
Daryl does not.
Okay.
But Master Kelp will always hold a special place.
Volmir, have you ever been in love?
Yes.
With who?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you might be faking us all out. Were you ever in love before you met him?
No.
No, okay. And we know how that's going.
Right.
Waldor, have you ever been in love?
No.
No? You just,
He's too busy surviving.
okay. And then last but not least, Ein, have you ever been in love? We know he diddled the poo daddy of the other
Yeah.
schoolgirl, but
Yeah, he did a
what
lot
about
of
what about love?
that. No, I don't think so. I never really had time.
All right. Oh, look at that. Perfect timing. All right. So we thank you for participating in the game tonight. I hope you had as much fun as I did. That was episode 53. Any last words from anyone? No?
No.
Okay then. Then we're, this is Skell DM Con 37 signing off. We hope someone out
Good
there.
again,
Facebook,
everybody.
Hey,
Hey, Kel.
later.
See
See
you
you
next
a little
week.
bit about D&D.
What's that?
and
Kelp.
We will see you
What?
next.
You know, that's just, iron showboating, right? The whole healing thing.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I
no, I'm
understand.
sorry. That's just iron showboating because iron's a
Hey, it's definitely a powerful ability.